Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. My name's Ann Morgan. I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Service Board, and I'd like to welcome you all to this hybrid meeting of the board. We acknowledge that the land we are on, as we are going to hold this meeting, is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The board acknowledges that Toronto's covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Williams Treaty, signed with multiple Mississauga and Chippewa bands. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict Act? Seeing none, let me proceed. I will now turn it over to the board's executive director, Dr. Demkiw, who will go over the meeting's logistics.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who has joined us in person, as well as those who have called in to this meeting. Please note that this meeting is also being live streamed on the Toronto Police YouTube account and will be available there at the conclusion of this meeting. Joining us in person, we have Chair Ann Morgan, Vice Chair Lisa Kostakis, Member Nadine Spencer, and Councillor Lily Cheng. Deputy Mayor Amber Morley is joining us virtually. We also have members of our board office staff, Chief Demkiw, his command team, members of the service, and of course, members of the public. We have individuals who have registered to make deputations, both in person as well as virtually, on our agenda items. As per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do a deputation, those who have registered will be called upon and/or brought into the meeting. And as always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them any questions. Chair.
I'm not sure if your mic is on.
Thank you. So we're holding down item number 1 and 2 because we have deputations. Sorry about that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. Item number 3 is the evaluation of the 2023 promotional processes. We have 2 deputations regarding that. Item number 4 is also a hold down. It's a report from Chief Demkiw as it relates to annual 2023 people report. It's recruitment, secondments, appointments, etc. Item number 5 also is a police reform recommendation update, and we have hold that down for a deputation. Item number 6 is a report from Dr. Kanagisser from the Toronto Police Services Board. It's the awards policy. I wonder if I could have a motion to approve. The Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by Nick Migliori. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, thank you. Item number 6 is approved. Item number 7 is the contract extension and increase with the Versadex public safety for Versadex records management system. That's our old system that we continue to use while we are bridging to the new system that has been purchased. Can I have a motion to approve?
I'd like to hold that, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chang. We'll hold item number down. One moment, please. Item number 8 is a report from Chief Demkiw. It relates to us, TPS sharing the infrastructure, Ontario, the courthouse radio system. May I have a motion to approve? Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by Nick Migliori. All in favor? Seeing no one opposed? Thank you. Item number 9 is the downtown community outreach response, and we have 2 deputations on that. Item number 10, we have a written deputation, was part of the materials by Nicole Corrado. We thank Ms. Corrado. May I have a motion to receive? It's a report from Chief Demkiw, and it's the annual reports as it relates to the various entities, U of T, TCHC, TTC Special Constables.
I'd like to hold that down, please. Thank
Okay.
you.
Item number 11 is Toronto Police Service applications to the 14 programs under the Province of Ontario Community Safety Project grants. A report by Chief Demkiw outlining the grants. May I have a motion to receive? Thank you. Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded. Councillor Chang, all in favor. Seeing no one opposed, item number 11 is approved. Item number 12 is there's revisions to the board's procedure bylaw, and we have a number of deputations. Item number 13, which is the establishment of the Budget Committee, and we have a deputation. Item number 14 are the budget variance report. We have one deputation on that. Item number 15, we have 3 deputations on item number 15. So perhaps we can return back, having gone through the agenda. And Chief, I will turn the meeting over to you now for your monthly verbal update. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. This morning's update includes brief updates on several initiatives, and I'll be calling on Deputy Chief Johnson and CIO Stairs to assist. This morning, we are excited that you'll receive a presentation about our work surrounding missing persons, which directly ties into implementing the recommendations stemming from the independent civilian review into missing persons investigations, as we continue to work with our missing and missed implementation team. We will be joined by co-chair of the implementation team, Haran Vijayanathan, a community representative who has worked with us from the beginning to implement the 151 recommendations in a way that is meaningful and sustainable. I'd like to thank Haran and all the community representatives for their commitment to working with us. I would like to reiterate my support as chief to support their ongoing work. As of June 6th, 97% of the 151 recommendations either have been implemented or are in progress. 2 weeks ago, we marked the National Day Against Gun Violence, a day dedicated to acknowledging the devastating impact of gun violence on our communities. I joined local high school students, residents, and politicians in a rally and peace walk against gun violence in East Scarborough. Toronto Raptors Community Ambassador Jamal Magloire organized and hosted this event. I would like to thank Jamal Magloire and Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment for including Toronto Police in this very important event. The recent shooting tragedies in 23 Division, 33 Division, and 42 Division that took 6 lives in total, including the life of a teenager, in addition to other shooting incidents across the city, have left deep wounds in our communities. On Thursday, we arrested a second suspect in the fatal shooting of a 16-year-old boy last weekend. I want to assure Torontonians that every effort is being made to advance these shooting investigations. This is a service priority. These senseless acts of violence forever change families, and I want to express my condolences to the families and loved ones who have experienced loss due to gun violence. Our city is experiencing an increase in gun violence. The service prioritizes our response to gun crime because of the impact it has on our communities. Our gun violence strategy takes a whole-of-service and dynamic approach. We are deploying significant resources to address these violent criminal acts. We are prioritizing the response to shooting calls for service. Last week, in those 6 shootings I mentioned, our average response time was 2.4 minutes. In a growing city where we are receiving more and more calls each year, including gun calls, we continue to make improvements in our response times for these top priority calls. We are seizing firearms. So far this year, we have made 490 arrests for firearms offenses. We are conducting more bail compliance checks to ensure firearms offenders are following conditions of their release. So far this year, we've conducted approximately 10,000 checks. Chair, we are committed to doing everything we can with our communities and partners to ensure the safety and well-being of all Torontonians. In the coming days, we will be sharing more information about our proactive efforts to get guns and the criminals using them off our streets. As a city, we continue to experience the impact of geopolitical events that are causing stress in our communities. Community engagement and building public awareness about our response to the stress of our communities, that communities are experiencing, is essential. We recognize that we police in a city of great diversity, and as such, we have built cultural competency and are driving a policing model that embeds the community's perspectives in our operational decision-making whenever we can. Our Jewish and Muslim liaison officers continue building relationships with our Jewish and Muslim communities. Since October 7th, our Muslim liaison officers have been attending and praying at local mosques on a regular basis. They have delivered 109 school presentations, attended multi-faith meetings, and have engaged with and attended dozens of meetings with Muslim organizations and community groups. In response to feedback I received from the Muslim community, we added a second Muslim liaison officer in February. Our Jewish liaison officer has made 52 synagogue visits, 45 school visits and presentations, and has engaged with and attended dozens of meetings with Jewish organizations and community groups since October 7th. Earlier this year, we began a new initiative called Project Olive Branch that aims to create new relationships while building on existing relationships with Toronto's Muslim community. We are inspired by feedback from youth who expressed to me the fear and frustration with the hate they are experiencing, and guidance from the Canadian Council of Imams we received when meeting with them. This program was envisioned and developed by two incredible leaders in the Toronto Police Service, Muslim liaison officers Haroon Siddiqui and Farhan Ali. We are building strong connections with Muslim youth, connecting directly with faith leaders at places of worship, addressing the underreporting of hate crimes by increasing education initiatives, promoting the importance of reporting, and increasing attendance at community events to foster relationships. Since the launch of Project Olive Branch, the Muslim liaison officers have attended several outreach events with youth and liaised and collaborated with Muslim student associations across the city, including high schools and post-secondary institutions. This project and its initiatives are an ongoing effort and will continue for the foreseeable future. I want to thank all members who are engaging with our communities every day to build relationships, trust, and a sense of safety and security for all. I want to take a moment now to thank our policing partners who came together to support us with our Project Resolute events this month, including the Ontario Provincial Police, Durham, Hamilton, Niagara, and York Regional Police Services. We saw this partnership on display 2 weeks ago for the United Jewish Appeal Walk for Israel, which an estimated 50,000 people attended. We received hundreds of appreciative calls, comments, and messages from the community. It was also amazing to see the high degree of interoperability between all agencies and our private sector partners. I also want to thank Toronto Fire, Toronto Paramedics, and the Toronto Transit Commission. And with that, I will turn it over to Deputy Chief Johnson to provide additional updates for the board.
Thank you, Chief. Project Resolute continues to be an all-of-service response to the impact of the geopolitical unrest in the Middle East. And our Major Incident Command Center continues to oversee overall operations and to ensure effective handling and coordination of our response. I'd like to update you on our hate crime statistics. Since October the 7th, we have attended 1,378 hate crimes calls for service. We are attending an average of 145 hate crime calls for service a month. We have confirmed 333 hate crimes since the conflict began. We have made 107 arrests. We have laid 268 hate crime occurrences related charges. The most common charges are mischief, assault, and uttering threats. Hate crime occurrences are up 54.9% over the same period last year. Anti-Semitism continues to account for more reported hate crimes than any other category. Of the 221 hate crimes so far in 2024, 44.8% were anti-Semitic. 88% of these were crimes against property. We are attending an average of 5 hate crime calls for service a day. I'll now turn it over to Chief Information Officer Colin Stairs.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to provide you an update to one of the ways that we're leveraging technology to achieve efficiencies in our mission of improving public safety. This spring, we went live with the Automatic License Plate Recognition System, ALPR, and this system is designed to help us find stolen cars, wanted suspects, and missing persons. So to give you a couple examples of how this works. On June 14th, a woman reported her husband, who had Alzheimer's as well as other medical conditions, that he had driven off in her vehicle. She provided his plate and cell phone number, and we were able to determine the general vicinity of his whereabouts based on the phone. So we used the ALPR system, and we found the individual in just 84 minutes, returning him home safely. So we also are applying it in a criminal context. 2 days prior to that incident, we received an ALPR hit for a stolen vehicle from York Region, and the vehicle was quickly intercepted, the driver arrested, and officers recovered the vehicle and a quantity of fentanyl, leading to several charges being laid. A few weeks before that, a similar hit on a stolen vehicle led to 6 arrests and a recovery of a loaded handgun and burglary tools. Chief, back to you.
Thanks, Colin. We begin our busy summer event season with 2 special events. Next week, we will celebrate the culmination of the Pride festivities with Toronto's Pride Parade on Sunday, June 30th, followed by Canada Day celebrations on July 1st. Just last week, on Thursday afternoon, for the 2nd year in a row, we held the board and the Chief's Pride reception at the Metropolitan Community Church, Toronto. Rather than tell you about it, I'd like to show you a short video.
Today we are at the 2024 Board and Chief Pride Reception. It means a lot to have this event back into the community. It really puts us in the community. This year, the CCC made some great connections with the City of Toronto Drag Master class. So we've actually invited some of the youth who are performing in the Drag Master class here today. There's also going to be some Indigenous singing, which is very important as well to the 2S LGBTQ+ community.
And thank you, Reverend Deanna Dudley, Senior Pastor here at the Metropolitan Community Church, for inviting us back this year once again to host the Pride reception in the community. As we celebrate Pride Month with you, I want to assure you that we remain committed to both strengthening relationships with our 2S LGBTQI+ communities and repairing trust. And we are grateful to be here with you to celebrate Pride Month.
It meant a lot because, again, it's getting closer to the community, having safe spaces for people to gather and then hear what is going on out there, but also the community needs to know and feel that TPS is listening to them, hearing them, and we actually want to change for good for ourselves, especially for our community. I'm a trans woman, so I also like to, have a saying sometimes about the things that are affecting us and come out with ideas about how can we improve, those challenges that we're facing.
Bringing this energy into the community is important, and the visibility throughout Toronto is very important.
It really was an absolutely amazing event. Also on Thursday last week, we gathered to celebrate the stellar career of Staff Superintendent Pauline Gray, a career that spans over 36 years and includes an extensive criminal investigative background including the investigation of over 100 homicides. Throughout her career, she committed to mentoring, teaching, and advocacy for survivors. Pauline is a true legend. This is Pauline's last board meeting. Pauline, where are you? Thank you for your, yeah. Pauline, thank you for your remarkable service and congratulations on your incredibly well-deserved retirement. I will now take a few minutes to recognize the recent promotions of our newly promoted staff superintendents. I'll read a brief bio for each before I introduce them to the board. Kelly Skinner is a lifelong investigator who has developed an extensive background in various forms of investigation. As she moved through major squads, she honed strengths in authoring and executing Part 6 wiretap affidavits, search warrants, investigation of serious violent crimes, drug investigations, and the gathering of gang intelligence. She was a district commander at 11 and 12 divisions, as well as being second in command at 22 and 23 Division, and was a duty senior officer for the Toronto Police Operations Center. Kelly's dedication to fostering strong relationships and collaboration between law enforcement agencies and communities is evident through her involvement in the Services Police and Community Engagement Review 2.0 Committee and her role as a member of the Board of Directors with Big Brothers Big Sisters of Toronto makes her an exceptional leader. I present to you Staff Superintendent Kelly Skinner. Can you that over there? We'll collect over there for a photo in a second. Thank you. Shannon Dawson brings 29 years policing experience and has served in the drug and homicide squads, intelligence services source management section, and was the 32 Division and Intelligence Services Unit Commander. She also was the acting staff superintendent of field services in the Community Safety Command, where she oversaw the Community Partnerships and Engagement Unit, Communications, the Public Safety Response Team, and Traffic Services. Her extensive knowledge and experience in police operations, investigations, and community policing has prepared her well for her new position as head of professionalism and accountability. I present to you Staff Superintendent Shannon Dawson. Joe Matthews brings 32 years of policing experience to his new role as head of detective operations. Joe has extensive experience across various divisions and specializations, including drug squad, hold-up squad, guns and gangs, and intelligence. He served in 13, 12, and 55 divisions and developed a deep understanding of diverse urban landscapes. Joe worked in professional standards and was also assigned to an international posting with the New York City Police Department, where he served as an international liaison focused on national security. He has led several high-impact corporate initiatives, including PACER, Missing and Missed, and was the acting staff superintendent in strategy management. Through these initiatives, Staff Superintendent Matthews has developed strong ties to the community. I present to you Staff Superintendent Joe Matthews. Brett Nickel is a nationally recognized expert on major gun and gang investigations and has led teams through complex, large-scale investigations and community engagement to improve public safety. Brett now leads the Westfield Community Safety Command. Brett was a court officer before becoming a police officer, starting at 52 Division. His passion for investigative work led to work with the hold-up and homicide squads, gun and gang task force, and organized crime enforcement major projects section. As a senior officer, Brett led the professional standards criminal investigative section, along with 33 and 52 divisions. Brett also established important partnerships and networks to achieve successful outcomes on multi-jurisdictional, national, and international levels. I present to you Staff Superintendent Brett Nickel. Frank Barreto has been with the service for 38 years. He is recognized for his tactical expertise and operational knowledge. His experience within various public safety operations units will serve him well in his new role as head of public safety operations. Frank served on the emergency task force and was the duty desk senior officer, was second in command of the emergency management and public order unit, and was unit commander of 43 Division and the Toronto Police College. Frank also developed our public safety response team, an essential unit in our ability to deliver community safety in Toronto. Over the last few months, he has managed hundreds of dynamic and challenging demonstrations as incident commander of Project Resolute. I present to you Staff Superintendent Frank Barreto. Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if you could join me for a photo, perhaps, with our newly promoted
Yes, please.
staff.
And I'd also afterwards invite the board members to come up and to congratulate all the staff superintendents. Congratulations.
Oh, yes, we gotta get Pauline in here, too. Yes. Then I want one of them. Pauline.
Too early.
We'll get a picture.
Congratulations. So great.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wish we had more bodies we could dig up. We did.
We dug up a body.
Chair. We'll get a picture of this, Pauline.
She's not giving up.
Oh, sorry.
She's not giving up. We didn't dig up we dug a body together.
We really did.
And Chair, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Chief, and congratulations to all the recent promotions to Staff Superintendent. So, Vice Chair
Yeah,
Kostakis.
it would never be if I don't have something to say. I just wanted to say how amazing it is to see what's happening with our promotional services too, and seeing our women in positions as well, and just talking about what's been out there and the legacies that have begun. And I think, you know, Staff Super, obviously Pauline Gray and Deputy Chief Lauren Pogue and others who came before are really integral in this organization, in the progress that we've made too, and having our women in positions. Never mind the compliment of the board, as we look at it now, but I think it speaks volumes to the leadership, and thank you, Chief, as well, and the chiefs before you, but also just the camaraderie and the embracement of diversifying our service and what the impact has been in our community, and coming from someone who comes and has lived my whole life in our communities and serving our communities too. Thank you very much for everything, and Pauline, obviously, for your service. And I had met Pauline back when I was on the CPLC of 23 Division decades ago, and the impact that people like yourself, we wish you luck and happiness and health, obviously, and to everyone that's coming, that came before you and after you, but also to everyone, congratulations to all the new supers. And Chief, thank you for your leadership again, and the command team, but everyone that's in here right now has contributed to that and our safety. And I just think it warrants having that comment and congratulating everyone, but also thanking you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Before we start with item number 1, this is just a bit of housekeeping for the board. As you know, we have board members that participate in both the Canadian Association of Police Governance and the Ontario Association of Police Service Boards. So I'd like to move the following motion. Is it coming up? All right. That the board nominate board member Nadine Spencer to represent the Toronto Police Service Board on the Canadian Association of Police Governance Board of Directors for a 2-year effective term starting August of 2024. And the second is that we ratify the board member Vice Chair Kostakis nomination to represent the Toronto Police Board on an Ontario Association of Police Services Board of Directors for a further 1-year term. Can I have a seconder? Nick Migliori, all in favor of adding these board members? Thank you. Seeing no one opposed, we'll move on to item number 1. That's the confirmation. I'll do that after. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to item number 1, a confirmation of the minutes. We have a deputation from Mr. Langenfeld. Are you there, Mr. Langenfeld? I think he is.
Yes, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Proceed when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to share my screen here as well. So the part of what I'm going to touch on here in the dealing with the minutes from the last meeting is also related to item 13, the board's budget committee appointment. So that's tied in with this, but I'm also speaking on the last set of minutes. So you make reference in item 13 to this bylaw that I found on your website, bylaw 162, called the committee's bylaw. And first I'll point out it makes reference to the Community Safety and Policing Act, but in fact the act is called the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 because that's how Doug Ford chose to name it. So in future, when you and the service actually refer to it, you might want to actually refer to what the act's called, and in case you thought it had it wrong, the province of Ontario also identifies it as that. Beyond that, I notice in your bylaw here, it indicates that the effective date doesn't have a year. So my understanding of any contract is that if there's no year specified in there, anybody who is affected by the contract can choose a year that they find agreeable to them. So I'll say this is effective as of the year 9999. And somebody may point out that Section 4.2 refers to when this bylaw coming in force after the board enacts it. However, there's no record of the board actually having enacted this. So dealing with minutes, and this is a record of the minutes from done March, April, and May. Unfortunately, I had to create it to go through here for the records, but if any of you are quick readers, feel free to scan through this for here's March's records, and you won't find anything about a committee's bylaw being approved, despite it being 3 pages of information. However, up until 2018, the board used to actually produce an index which would answer our question, and we'd be able to look if there was a record of the bylaw ever having been passed. But since December 2018, the board has stopped actually publishing these reports that allow people to actually find items in your minutes and agendas and figure out when the board actually did anything. Similarly, here in April 2024, there's no mention of approval of a new budget or a new bylaw, subcommittee bylaw or committee's bylaw. In May 2024, also again, there's no mention of that. So there is no record of the board ever actually having passed a bylaw. And of course, you can't pass bylaws in secret. Not only is it a violation of the CSPA, the Community Safety and Policing Act, but obviously a law passed in secret has no effect. Now, somebody looking at this may point out that, well, here in May, I seem to have made mistakes, like I forgot item 0.3, and I created 3 items that are number 3.0 on the agenda. However, when you actually look at your minutes, that's what they have. They're missing item 0.3, and there are 3 items on your agenda that are listed as item number 3.0. So just like last month, we had incorrect information in the April minutes, where the April minutes didn't record the chair having made a ruling and ordered police to arrest Derek Moran. And nonetheless, the board went ahead and approved those false minutes. And I'm under the impression that filing false government documents is a criminal offense in itself, but we may have to see about that. The one item that there is here in May is item 0.2, where Shelley Carroll was added to the board's bargaining committee. However, there is nothing else about a bylaw mentioned. This simply happens to be one of the things that's mentioned in that bylaw. So I'll touch more on this when we get to item 13 and actually talk about the budgets committee, but I just point out that there are these errors in the May minutes. Hopefully this time you'll actually decide to have them corrected in accordance with the City of Toronto's council rules and Robert's Rules of Order, as opposed to ignoring it and having incorrect government documents filed. So I cede my time on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld, and thank you for noticing some of the inconsistencies and also the lack of the year on the amendment of the bylaw to the bargaining committee. So thank you. Do you have any comment? I think Mr. Canningisser, before I turn it over to him, has a few more comments that address some of your issues as it relates to, you know, public access to these various minutes and motions. But I just want to clarify for the record that the April board meeting, I did not direct the police to arrest Derek Moran. I asked actually that security assist with moving him from the speaking post in the front. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Langenfeld, for pointing out those mistakes. We will have those rectified. I just wanted to point out 2 things. The committee's bylaw was approved as part of the board's discussion on the CSPA update in April 2024, and is one of the recommendations included in that report. And in addition, I'm happy to report that we've made a decision to resume publishing the indices, and we're working right now on creating the indices for the years 2019 and onwards. So those will be available once they're ready.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve item number 1? Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by Nick Migliori. All in favor? Seeing none opposed. Moving on to item number 2, which I believe is a presentation on missing persons. Thank you.
As you've heard several times today, I'm Staff Superintendent Pauline Gray. And I'm joined this morning with Haran Vijayanathan. Together, we chair the Missing and Missed implementation team. And I know he's there because he sent me his notification. So, building on the Chief's comments, I'd like to present some tangible results of the implementation of the 151 recommendations of the Missing and Missed report. As the board is aware, this initiative has been a significant endeavor aimed at addressing critical gaps in our organization. By meticulously executing these recommendations, we have embarked on a journey towards enhancing accountability, transparency, and efficiency, both in and within our organization. I'd like to introduce Detective Shonalyn Patterson and analyst Jordan Dunkley, who, in this presentation, will delve into the concrete impact generated by the progressive and thoughtful application of these recommendations. Ladies?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shona Patterson, and this is Jordan Dunkley. We're really grateful for your time today, and also to the opportunity that this brief overview we're going to give you today will reach the public and other community agencies that we would love to have partnerships in the future with. So Jordan and I are very passionate. We're going to try and really respect your time today. But beyond this, if there is an opportunity that you have or some time that you'd like to meet and establish something afterwards, we're always willing to listen and meet up whenever that works for you. So let's get started.
Morning, everyone. So I have had the pleasure of serving as the analyst with the Missing Persons Unit for the last 2 years. And when I started, I realized I had a lot of questions, not just about the position, but about missing persons in general. Some of those questions include, what do trends in missing persons look like? How fast are we finding our missing people? What does the demographic of missing people look like? And the more questions I started asking, the more I realized as I started searching for those answers, it was very difficult for me to come to any kind of conclusive answers. So as a result, I kind of made it my mission and made a real commitment to redeveloping our analytics program as it pertains to missing persons alongside our analytics and innovation unit. They've done a great job at helping us be in a better position to answer some of those questions. Throughout my research, especially at the beginning of, my tenure in this position, I came to the quick conclusion that there wasn't a lot of literature when it came to data and missing persons or analytics in general. These 3 books that you see on the slides are really what it is when it comes to missing persons data. And a lot of it is search and rescue heavy. There's not a lot of information about investigative techniques, what it looks like to support family members or even to support our missing people after they are located. And again, it just lends a hand to show how important it is for us to collect this information in a standardized way so that we can, again, help and serve our community better. And not just that, but also put our officers in a better position to respond to these calls.
So in 2018, the service committed to having a missing persons unit. So that looked like 6 investigators at various levels of ranks. Essentially, they had a huge undertaking because it was an organization of all the different kinds of reports that the service was putting missing persons under. They could look like information only, missing persons reports, or incidents. So they had a huge undertaking, like I said, probably reviewing over 10,000 reports to organize them, and essentially they ensured a standardized approach and process to how we investigate missing persons, which led us to really setting the platform for the growth that we undertook in the last 2 years. We've actually doubled in size. So we now have 8 detective constables, and we also have 4 very new positions to our unit, which are civilian investigators. And from what we understand, it's the first 4 investigators with missing persons in all of North America. So we're really setting a standard there. And there's a lot of agencies that are very curious about this and watching us on how they're implemented. This has allowed us to provide all-call for the entire service, 24 hours a day, and support the divisions immediately when a risk, really high risk, is identified. In the report, Justice Epstein really stressed the importance of risk assessments and how we do them, and maybe how we failed to do them in the past. What we have really committed to doing is building new processes of how we assess risks, but not only just assess it, how we reassessed it constantly throughout the entire investigation. So that's one thing our unit actually supports the division's doing right from the very beginning. So as soon as that missing persons call hits what we call NetViewer, when that call is received, we're assessing that information immediately. Frontline officers may not even be dispatched at that point in time, but we take interest in it right away. So we're assessing it and reassessing it at that point, and then through the investigative point as well when the report is made. We also believe that this also allows for the most effective deployment of our officers, especially sometimes in the city when we are short officers in certain divisions. We deploy and we support those divisions and allow for the greatest outcome possible. This is also me. So when I mentioned at the very beginning that it's so vital to create these relationships that we have with our community agencies, because what we've learned is that it's the public and our community agencies that actually locate people. We can drive the investigation. Certainly we are the ones that also locate missing people, but it's vital for us to actually locate them as fast as possible in the best possible condition, which allows them to enter back into their lives in the best quality and have the best quality life possible. Community agencies also allow us to take preventative measures. So whether that prevents somebody from going missing a second time, but these agencies, these relationships are so vital for us to maintain because it's also allowing us to reduce the time that we're finding missing people. So the three-pronged approach that you can see on the screen here is a multitude of factors. So obviously our community and public helping us locate, which we have done a lot of training with our community agencies as well as the public to dispel a lot of myths. And that goes to reporting times, who can report somebody. If you don't know where someone is and you have concern for that person, you call us right away. The earlier, the better. We've also now with the double size of our unit, we've gone out to every single division and we have actually met with every single platoon across the city and we have done training with them. So they truly understand the importance of that risk assessment and that continued reassessment of that risk. We also have made it very clear that we are available all the time. So one thing that we find is we are one of the probably busiest on-call we have one of the busiest on-calls in the entire service, which reflects that we are getting involved immediately right away.
Okay, so here we have just a general overview of what 2023 looked like for us as it relates to missing persons. And I don't want to misspeak, so I will read. So in 2023, we received close to 7,000 911 calls for service for missing persons. That includes somebody being reported as missing, as well as found children, found elderly, or someone who was found before they were actually reported as missing. This then translated into over 5,000 missing person reports. So the difference between a call for service and a report is, the call for service is that 911 call, but the translation into an occurrence means that preliminary investigation didn't allow for us to find that missing person, and we actually had to turn it into a report and do a little bit more work on that case. As Shona mentioned previously, as a result of the missing and missed, the missing persons unit now has the bandwidth to conduct risk assessments on every event from the moment that 911 call hits the board. So that translated into us reviewing and assessing over 93% of the calls that came in last year. This year, that number should look like 100% now that we do have our missing person coordinators who are full-time with us and do have the capacity to do that work 24/7. In 2023 also, over 3,200 of our missing person calls for service were related to vulnerable members of our community. So this is our missing children, missing elderly, missing people who might have cognitive or other medical issues. So that's over half of our total calls for service. So when you look at it, we really do see how important it is for us as the missing persons unit to get engaged and to impart our expertise essentially on these investigations in the early stages. And again, like Shona mentioned, our mandate really is finding our missing people as fast as possible and in the best possible condition. And, just these numbers in itself just show us how important it is that we do get engaged in every one of these cases. Thanks. So some stats for you. Like Shona mentioned, it's been a long road, I'd say, to kind of build our relationships with the community, to engage with the community, and to get some really important information out to members of the public. We would like to say that we believe it's a direct result of our engagement across social media platforms, making a missing persons guide available to members of the community, not just online, but also in a physical copy, and also just getting out and talking to people. We've been able to share great pieces of information and debunk several myths, one of which is the 24-hour waiting period. So there seems to be this belief that you have to wait 24 hours for somebody to be missing before you can report them. And to anyone who will listen, we let them know that that's not the case. As soon as you have concern for that person, let us know and we will get started. We'll hit the ground running. And happy to share that in the last 2 years, the time that it's taken for people to report someone as missing has decreased by 30%. So that number is really important, and we do hope to see a continued decline in that number, just because the longer somebody is missing, the more increased vulnerabilities they are. They're at more increased risk of encountering harm. So the faster that we can get engaged and get involved in that investigation, the better the outcome will be. So since 2018, another compelling stat is that there's been a 92.5% reduction in the amount of time it's taking us to locate missing people. This is a very proud moment, I'd say, for Shona and I, because our unit is working very, very hard to make this a possibility through the education in the field, through the engagement with the community, and also through increasing the bandwidth in our unit. Pardon me. It's a direct correlation of how we are getting involved in all of those aspects. And, that transfer of knowledge, again, not just internally, but externally as well. In 2018, the cost of responding to and locating a missing person was over $24,000. And in 2023, that number has since been reduced to just over $6,000. So that significant reduction in time spent investigating and locating our missing people allows for our uniform officers to get back on the road, respond to those 911 calls, and reduce the time that it takes for us to get to calls outside of missing persons. Okay.
So obviously you see how important Jordan's role has been. She is the dedicated crime analyst in our unit, which is also one of the very unique things about our service. We are the only service in all of Canada, and we believe in North America, that actually has a dedicated analyst. And why do we collect these stats? You can see what we provided you today, but what they also allow us to do is constantly reevaluate our processes. So in the last 2 years, like you've heard, we've obviously been challenged by a very big report. And we want to make sure that all the work that's being done by implementing every single one of those 151 recommendations are actually sustainable and they're actually providing results. So sometimes we're going to have to reassess and challenge ourselves and be bigger than ourselves and our egos to say, okay, what can we do better? Because obviously the stats that we're looking at, the numbers, are not telling us that we're doing the right thing anymore. So we believe that it's vital for every single service to have a dedicated crime analyst as well.
Okay, so while we have done a ton of work, there's still lots more to do, and this is kind of our best case scenario roadmap for the future. So we do want to continue that engagement both internally and externally. And really, like Shona mentioned, the stats really do a great job of reflecting all of the great work that's being done, not just by MPU, but by our command in supporting all of our initiatives, by our frontline officers in going out and doing the work and listening to us and taking in all of the knowledge that we're trying to impart on them as well. So we can only hope that as we continue on this trajectory, we can continue to influence not just the Toronto Police Service, not just police services in Canada, but police services around the world, because we are setting the standard right now, and our hope is to continue to do so. Is that
Thank
it?
you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the amazing presentation and the amazing increase in locating missing people and also in, shortening the time. It's wonderful.
If I can just finish, Chair. You can see that the outcomes derived from the conscientious implementation of these recommendations serve as a testament to our collective resolve to uphold integrity, foster inclusivity, and promote excellence. While we celebrate the tangible results, know that we recommit ourselves to the ongoing pursuit of not only the continued implementation of the remaining recommendations, but also the continued building of our relationship with community. And speaking of relationship with community, I do have my co-chair here, Haran, and I'm going to leave the last word to Haran.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the board and the service. Thank you for having me this morning. Thank you, Pauline, for inviting me to speak, and the team for the presentation. As a community co-chair, I've been asked many questions from community service members and system folks alike on why the 151 recommendations have not been implemented and why it's taking so long. Right from the beginning, I and the volunteer advisory group for the MMIT insisted that this cannot be a rushed process. There needed to be a lot of learning from both sides, as well as respect and a level of trust earned between the TPS and the community members. That happened in the first year and a half, I would say. While we did do a lot of work, a lot of the work has been difficult conversation, unlearning and relearning some of the things that we've known about each other and the assumptions that we've made. But here we are a few years later, and we're proud to say that the partnership between community and members of the service to implement the recommendations and inform the development of the tools and processes for the missing persons unit from a community perspective has paid off. This model of partnership showcases community.
Haran, you might have muted yourself because you've gone on silent.
I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to say the following. Thank you, Justice Gloria Epstein and her counsel, Mark Sandler, for taking this work on, writing this report, and giving me the opportunity to serve on the report's community advisory group. I also want to thank Staff Superintendent Pauline Gray for being the co-chair and leading us through this process. Without her in the seat, I'm not sure we would be here. I want to thank John Rose, Leanti Muller, and Jennifer Quintero Arias for all of the administrative functions in keeping all of us moving and on task. And a huge thank you to past and current community advisory group members and TPS staff for bringing their all to the table, challenging respectfully and co-creating an inclusive process for implementing the recommendation. Last but not least, thank you, Chief Demkiw, for trusting in this process and for supporting the team. Thank you, folks.
Thank you so much. Before we go to questions, we do have a deputation from Nicole Corrado. Ms. Corrado, are you on the line? Good morning, Ms. Corrado. Let us know when you're ready to proceed.
MIT for all the work they've done. I'm very proud to be a member of the MMIT as a civilian. I have a question. I don't know if you're privy to give this information. You said 40% of the people you found were vulnerable sector, and I'm wondering which percentage were identified themselves as neurodivergent. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and the other thing is, I would love to thank the MMIT and the Toronto Police for implementing the policy of only having the first name, because it means so much to a person after they've been found. It restores the person's policy. It means that the person does not forever be known as the missing person over the internet, because as a former missing person, I know how stressful it is to search your name and find missing persons bulletin be the first thing that comes up, 6 months, 2 years later. It's quite stressful. So thank you so much for only putting the first names. It means so much to so many people. It allows the person to move on with their life and move forward. The third thing I was going to say, getting back to about the vulnerable sector, I have been working completely unrelated to the MMIT. I've been working with the University of Waterloo to conduct a study doing interviews with people on the autism spectrum who have experienced elopement or have gone missing or have gotten lost, whatever. And I would like to present the findings once that study is done. And I would also wonder if the Toronto Police could share the study because they're still looking for people, particularly right now, they're looking for people in the LGBTQ community who are also autistic. And I can put in the chat the link if you are interested in sharing this study, because I think it's very important for people to be aware that this study exists. I would love to continue to work with the MMIT, and once this study is complete, I would love to be able to present the findings to the MMIT and to the Toronto Police Services Board.
Thank you, Ms. Corrado, and thank you also for your thoughtful comments, but as well, as you continue to work in this area, if you do compile statistics as it relates to folks who are missing, who are neurodivergent, please bring that information to us and we can receive it at the board. So thank you. At this time, are there any questions as it relates to the presentation? Councillor Carroll.
Ended up with 2 microphones. I could do stereo. Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the risk assessment piece and ask if we could unpack that a little bit, because I see all of the risk assessment pieces, but it's tricky when you're doing these things. You know, really, when this started, it was a true, very fulsome overhaul. And there's a tendency to do it based on the passion of the people involved in it, because you've had the experience, and so you're therefore trying to do the best you can. But it also has to be a system that works 20 years from now with an entirely different set of officers. So what are the things in here that ensure in the assessing the risk of a file reported that we're removing bias, so that that no matter who the officers are using the system, we're sure that the bias is out of the risk assessment?
Councillor Carroll?
Yes.
Thank you for the question. I think that's a very important question, and that's something that we have to acknowledge on a daily basis. And that's why we have a very senior team at the Missing Persons Unit. In a very young service, we're very lucky to have senior members. So those members come from backgrounds such as guns and gangs, drugs, sex crimes, frauds, human trafficking. So they're really experienced in picking up a lot of the risk from the very beginning. And they're also imparting that knowledge on our civilian investigators as they learn their way as well. Yeah. What's more important is that we have several lenses on that particular investigation. So, for example, that could be, I'm looking at it, as well as the reporting officers, a supervisor, a staff sergeant, and a civilian member. Because the civilian members have a very unique perspective as well, because they are not police officers. Yeah. So essentially what we're trying to do is challenge each other's bias throughout that investigation. And hopefully it doesn't come through, because one of us is going to stand up and say, we need to do more on this.
Right.
And sustainability and practice and passion, all really important points that we also not only bias, we have to challenge on a daily basis. So what we've tried to do in our training is challenge everyone's language. When we're involved, we're saving a life. Right. So we feel that this has really shifted our investigations and the response times of officers as well. That's another stat that we could have included here, but it's been the time that it used to take officers to get to missing persons calls were substantially higher in 2018 to what they were last year. Right. So I think that speaks to, and I'd like to say, obviously this is my opinion, but I believe that when we deploy and we support that frontline officer, they feel that they're in it with a team. They're not just by themselves. So they can make better decisions as a result of that risk and that support. But furthermore, we're there speaking about that person. Carol is missing. This is Carol's family. This is how we want to approach Carol. We're here to save Carol's life. So I think that has made a big impact on our officers, as well as investigators in the CIB as well.
Okay, so that decades of training if you're using senior officers. But then the other piece is the civilian group. Again, you gather the best the community has to offer at the initial part of this. But the team's going to exist. Are there criteria as to how to populate that civilian body so that as it changes over time, because people can't do this forever, but so how do we advise the service on how they want to continue to populate that civilian assessment body?
So I think there's a conversation to be had about what is civilian. So we have civilian members of our unit, or they are hired by the police service.
Right.
When we're talking about our community members, the civilian members of our missing and missed team, they are volunteers, and they have been brought on to help us implement the recommendations. They have been with us at a granular level since the very beginning. The risk assessments, they built with us.
Right.
Community built the risk assessment response tool with us. They actually even trained the officers in the field to this. So the legacy piece is that the tool itself was built by community. And so there's, I think, Haran, I see Haran back. Haran, do you want to speak to that? No, he's like shaking my head.
Yeah, and
so
maybe Haran could divide that up, because I don't know if I'm being clear, because it's easy for the community. You could go to certain agencies and you'd be sure that you had the field and the community covered in a group of community members. But how do we for the civilians, how are we making sure that process, there's uniforms, there's civilians, and then there's community? How do we make sure that over time, you might have retirements, who's next? How do we choose who works on this? Yeah.
I'm sorry. How do we choose who works in the missing persons unit?
Yeah, because people retire, they move, they get promoted. So how do we make sure that the beautiful balance we have now is perpetuated? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think, Councillor, perhaps, I mean, this really does speak to succession planning and how it's done across the service. This is one unit, but this is a consideration we have on a very daily basis on how we succession plan and prepare for go forward. I'll let the CAO comment in a second on some of that, but this particular bit of work really speaks to the crux of the issue of investing in things like supervision and career development for our people, so that we have good governance over our day-to-day work, dealing with high-risk situations, and importantly, part of good governance and good supervision is succession planning for the capacity of your unit you're responsible for. One of the things we ask our leaders to do is actually plan on how their units can be better and sustainable, and what does that mean from a human resource allocation perspective. So that's something we do, frankly, every single day within all our units, and we make sure that what we're trying to do as the executive is drive that imperative as part of our evaluation of senior leaders and supervisors. How do you actually plan for your unit? How do you succession plan?
I think Haran wanted to answer as well.
Did you have sorry, Deputy Morley, did you have a question or a comment?
I think before I think I still have the floor before we go on to Councillor Morley. I think Haran wanted to also answer my question.
Haran, did you have a comment or a question? No.
Oh, he didn't.
No.
Oh, he didn't.
Thank you.
I thought when he came up on screen that was what that meant. No problem.
Well, Councillor Carroll, are you finished?
Yeah, those are my questions.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
I just thought he had an answer.
Thank you very much. And Deputy Mayor Morley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I just want to express my gratitude and appreciation to the team. It's really exciting to hear the passion and the real dedication that you all are bringing to this work and that we're leading in this space in North America. So congratulations for that. And it is really exciting to see and hear this model and the very clear and demonstrated success of it. So we're looking forward to continuing to track that. I'm curious specifically about the recommendations that spurred this work, I guess, 151 recommendations. Where exactly do we sit just with respect to the status of those specific recommendations and implementation, and how does that look, in concert with this work? Are there any specific ones that are outstanding or that are continuing to be worked on? Someone could comment on that. I'm curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Staff Superintendent Gray. Will you be able to answer that? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 80% of the recommendations are in working. We have we've almost finished or completed. We have various markers that it has to meet, but we've implemented over 50% at this point. And there are a number that have not been started, but only because they're dependent on something else finishing. I encourage everyone in the room to please go to the website. We have a very good, robust dashboard that is live. You can track every single one of the recommendations, where they are, and the work being done on them. Again, this is adaptive work. It is not a technical fix. It will take a number of years to finish everything, but we are in some stage of implementation of 80%.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. And we will endeavor. I think it's important for us as a board to keep focused on those pieces that do remain outstanding or in progress to ensure that we are resourcing and following up and providing a supportive environment to make sure that those are similarly on track. So thank you for that answer. And again, thank you for this great work.
Councillor Chang? No, please go ahead.
So thank you, and thank you for the tremendous work. It's great to see that we're leading North America in having this analyst capacity that's so important to be data-based in how we do our work, and it's proven to have some really great results. I just, like you, I think, Shona, when you said when you got this job and as soon as you started to talk about questions, I started to also have questions, and I'm sure there's so many we could try to chase down. But with regard to the data on missing people occurrences, is there more detail? Like, are there categories, for example, teen runaways versus seniors with dementia versus domestic situations? And is that data available or being reported and shared?
Thank you very much for the question. So yes, we do separate our missing people into categories. So for our calls for service, we have several categories: missing vulnerable, elderly, children, general missing person, missing suspicious. So that's kind of how our 911 calls come in. And then they get translated into a general missing persons report when they do enter our records management system. So as it stands right now, we have some challenges just capturing what the specific vulnerabilities are. So just because of the way our system is set up, we don't specify if a missing person lives with dementia or Alzheimer's, or we do try to stay away from classifying our youth as runaways or using kind of potentially stigmatizing language. But we do recognize that it's important to have that information. So as we transition into a new RMS system, we will be working with our ITC command to kind of put those pieces in place so that we can report out on those stats a little bit better.
And will that also include diversity data on, what is the representation across the 5,000 plus people who've gone missing in terms of representation of different communities?
Yes, I think service-wide, I think we're trying to do a little bit better at kind of attaching those demographics to our people who are being represented in our reports. So it's something that we're actively working towards.
So what is the, I guess, timeline towards that more fulsome data set that we could better understand, you know, what are the trends? Are there certain community groups that we need to strengthen engagement with?
So right now, I'd say we're in a decent position when it comes to our internal reporting mechanisms. Something that we don't do right now is report externally on our missing persons data, just because there are still so many gaps in the information. So as we work on implementing niche, we will, it's not just missing persons, I'm sure there's many other areas in the service that, you know, we're working on kind of getting a little bit tighter with how we're reporting out on that data. So timeline-wise, I don't think I'm the person to speak on that, but it is something that this role as the analyst, that is the role, is to work towards putting us in a better position to be able to answer these exact questions.
And in the report, it talks about a role that's a power case indexer. And I'm just wondering, is that a technology, a system? Like, it looks like it's a brand because there's the way it's written. I'm just trying to understand, did we develop something to support this, or is this a role that is supporting an existing technology?
Yeah, so PowerCase, it is a software that we use for our major case management methodology, you know, how we investigate cases. So an indexer is, we have both civilian and officers in those positions right now, and it's been around. It's not something that's new. The report actually just highlighted our need to train more to increase bandwidth with our indexers because we are such a busy city, and we just needed more people to be able to do that work.
And my last question is more, you know, as someone in the community, I think a lot of parents would wonder in a report like this, what are the numbers? Are there children who are abducted by strangers? Is that happening in our city? We don't often hear about it. In the 5,000 plus cases last year, how many of those incidents happened?
I don't have that number handy with me right now, but just for awareness, the Missing Persons Unit deals with non-criminal investigations, so we do have a separate entity that deals with kidnappings and abductions. So we are aware, and we definitely do get engaged and still assess the risk and support that investigation where we can, but our mandate is non-criminal. Being missing is not a criminal offense, but abducting someone or kidnapping someone is.
So if someone is kidnapped, they're not in the numbers that are reported here as missing?
Correct, yeah. We have a separate category for abductions and kidnappings.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go. Vice Chair Kostakis, you had a question.
Yeah, so I was just going to, it's more of a clarification when we talked about categorizing. So, and to Nicole's point in the stigma piece, when we're categorizing, I presume there's some caution there for identification, especially when it's young people too. But even in the demographics, when we're collecting data, we're obviously going to be looking at being cautious of stigmatizing various groups that are considered then missing or not missing. I think it's just a cautionary piece of when we do collect the data that we're not stigmatizing this group of people are always missing, because we know that, I mean, it takes a whole different level when there's missing, but then there's trafficking after that, or kidnappings or whatnot. They go to different units, obviously, that wouldn't be part of that stat. So I presume we're being obviously careful with that. And I know that I was at the opening when with Judge Epstein as well, when the missing persons presentation and the dashboards and everything was introduced. So I think it's phenomenal work, and there's a lot of work to be doing before we get to the stages of really digging into more, probably, correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chief, do you want to?
I did want to just, first of all, thank the team and thank Haran and the incredible group of community members that participate with us on this very considerably long journey and important journey. I just did want to put a fine point on the efficiencies and effectiveness of some of what was described here. With an investment in people, in supervision, in good service governance, in smart business process changes in our investigative streams. There was a mention of a couple numbers that I just wanted to highlight. The cost of missing persons went from $24,000 to $6,000. And I think that's no small thing and deserves just a moment of reflection. So I did want to take that opportunity before leaving this item to put a little bit of a highlighter over that and thank them for their work.
Thank you, and thank you again to the amazing work led by Staff Superintendent Gray and her team, and the spectacular results and all their efforts that make the city safer, especially with so many of these folks that go missing are found quickly and brought back to their loved ones. So thank you. At this point, may I have a motion to...
So, I'm sorry to interrupt. On a point of order, we did questions, but I didn't speak when I asked my questions because I thought we were going to do speaking after. I would love to speak to the item. Yeah.
Oh, please do. Go ahead.
Right now? Oh,
right
okay.
now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And should I? Like, I like to speak after everyone's asked their questions because I might have more I want to say. Is it possible that we follow that rule of order? Like, we ask the questions and then we do the speaking? Because then I know everyone's questions and I know what I want to say. Is that's how we're doing it? Great. I did want to speak chiefly to my question because I don't want it to be misinterpreted. And through you, Madam Chair, I felt a little bit of defensiveness of my asking the question. So I don't want it felt like it might have been being misinterpreted. My reason for asking about what about 20 years from now is because of the genesis of this initiative. Let's be honest, and we haven't said the names of any of the victims, but this overhaul began as a result of the victims of Bruce McArthur. And so, you never know in a structure how a bias will form over time, but that is how they form over time. And so, out of a terrible experience, this great initiative has happened, and the stats bear it out. Success. And the community being involved in it, having that partner, all of that is great. But the reason I ask are the actual criteria, how you're going to build that team every time there's a change in the team. You need to bring someone in. Are we really clear about what should be the criteria for the uniforms that join this team, for the civilians that join this team, for the community that is requested, would you like to be involved, is that we want to make sure that the success we're having now can be perpetuated. And so, as a board member, that's a question I have to ask. It's my job to ask the question, how are you going to make sure that the success you're having today, you will have 20 years from now? So I just want to, through you, Madam Chair, make it clear that that's my reason for asking as a board member, because you're obviously addressing the issue you set out to address. It's right there in the stats, the dashboard. It's very compelling work. I just want to make sure that that work will happen every year for the next 50. Because we do still have a challenge in the community of not just police officers, but everyone understanding the challenges for people who live alternative lifestyles, who have lives that are not like our own. People, that we heard, half of these are cases where it's people with a cognitive challenge. I could go on forever about what we don't understand about autism and the fact that they're not all the same. And so if they do go missing for their family, you never know what the reason is or where they're going. It's a huge challenge, and yet you're having success. I just want to ensure that the understanding that is there now, because everyone has been part of the genesis of this, so they understand it deeply and the need, that continues. And so I hope that no offense was taken of my question. That's my reason for asking it. That being said, it is amazing work, and as others have said, and the chief has congratulated his service for it. It is amazing work. It's what we wanted to see. I did read through which recommendations are done and not done. because there were so many in the Epstein report, I kind of wish there was a way to create the world's greatest chart so we can see them track, but it's kind of hard to categorize them because some have such a sort of long life and some are things you could do immediately. I thought, how would I create this chart? This is a data management assignment that's a bit tricky. But that being said, it is a surprising list of those that are done because they were big chunks of work. So thank you for your indulgence and the time.
Thank you for your question. Sorry you misinterpreted. I certainly couldn't agree with you more. As a matter of fact, at the Pride kickoff last Thursday, a gentleman came up and identified to me that he had actually been in contact with Bruce MacArthur. And so, this is someone who fortunately escaped wrongdoing. So I heartily applaud the work. I heartily applaud the continuation of these kinds of initiative, and not only through the amazing work of the team. I also understand technology is assisting us. I believe CIO Stairs at one time told us they even have an app which sort of contains a database and information, and it makes it easier to go out and look for folks knowing what their liaisons and their community and their activities. So and thank you, but no. Perhaps it's when I don't have my glasses on, maybe. Seeing no other questions, may I have a motion to receive item number 2, please? Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by Nadine Sensor. All in favor? Thank you. And moving on to item number 3, which is the evaluation of the 2023 promotional process. We do have a written deputation by Ms. Corrado, and I thank her for it. And also we have a deputation by Dave Doyon. Oh, I'm just advised that Mr. Doyon withdrew his deputation. So now I wonder if we can proceed to a motion. Sorry, I didn't realize, because I had held them down before. Sorry, please go ahead.
I'm going to start with questions. Is that okay? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to understand the role that Joy Holton, who put together this process evaluation, did she play in the design of the process that she is evaluating as a third-party advisor?
So through you, Chair, and we do actually have Ms. Holton and Director Castleman here to answer any specifics on the methodology and the approach, but generally in terms of her role, we knew from the outset that we wanted someone independent who can advise, and I think I very specifically use the words advise on the design and evaluate. So the actual design team was internal. It was our senior officers, it was SMT behind me, HR, with a mix of EI, HR, professionalism, and accountability. But internally, when the design team is, beating around different ideas and considering the pros and cons, knowing that the objective is, let's say, fairness and transparency, what Joy was able to provide is a bit of a sounding board to say, we're struggling on this one issue. Here's sort of the push and pull of the various considerations from a member candidate experience to also a leader looking to shape their team. How do you think we do this to drive, a perception of fairness and things like that? So she was there to do that kind of work and advise us. She was not there to put pen to paper on the actual design. And we did that intentionally because we knew she was the person we were asking to evaluate it. And so as a lawyer, as a third-party mediator, we were quite conscious about that, to keep that separation intact so that the integrity of the evaluation is truly impartial.
So did Ms. Holton participate in any of the processes in terms of the interviews or the evaluations, or was it only in the design process that she advised?
Through you, Chair, she would have coordinated the evaluation. She would have facilitated the input in terms of the focus groups that we did, and would have kind of come up with the evaluation process, and then obviously we did a survey, so all the participants were able to provide their unvarnished input, free-form text and all that. All of that raw data was then turned over to the service.
Thank you. I did note in the report, it says that 75% of candidates who responded to the survey reported that they did not experience or perceive a bias. And I'm wondering, in terms of demographic data, so would that percentage be true of the racialized candidates who applied? How many would have said that they felt it was an unbiased process, and how many of those who were hired versus those who were not hired felt that it was unbiased?
I'll have to defer maybe to Nancy or Joy. I don't know if I have that drill down to that level.
So I'm Joy Holton, and the one that did the evaluation. So in terms of evaluation, I did not have any role in evaluating the candidates, just to clarify. So I was consulted as the process was being implemented, and at that stage acted as, I would describe my role as a fairness monitor. So if there were any issues, that they wanted to consult on, that was my role during the actual promotional process itself. In terms of the questions in the survey, so the service did collect sociodemographic information about all of the candidates. My evaluation was of the process itself, not the outcomes, not looking at who were the successful candidates and whether they were the right candidates. We focused on looking at the process to determine whether or not there were any improvements that should be made going forward. So the questions we asked around fairness and transparency, the experience, and the 75% did not correlate that. There were no indicators in the survey that was answered along any of socio-demographic lines. Really, to the extent that there were some issues, it was around how certain types of police experience was valued in the process. And that is one of the elements I've recommended be reviewed to ensure that all types of police service are captured appropriately and valued in accordance with TPS values.
So just to clarify, so in the evaluation of whether or not bias was experienced, demographic data was not applied as a filter to understand if the experience of bias might be different for candidates who are from different demographics. Is that correct?
Not in this process evaluation. As I've said in the report, that I think is a broader outcome evaluation that the service should undertake. I've recommended that. When we were looking at things like bias and equity, we were looking to see if the improvements that were made in 2023 had an impact. So, for example, there were a number of elements that removed discretion in the process, and we were looking to see the impact of that. The sociodemographic information is certainly relevant to look at what candidates came into the process, so sort of the pipeline, and who came through it and out of it. And I know that's something the CAO has spoken to the board about in the past. And now you have some process information to support that. So you can, as a service, put those two things together to see you have a good process now, and you can also look at your socio-demographic information to see whether that pipeline is being fed with a broad, diverse group of candidates.
So I actually feel that I'm not completely agreeing that the experience of bias from a demographic perspective is not material to this evaluation, because we are trying to remove bias. We want to ensure that the experience is applied equally across, that everyone is experiencing the same unbiased process, and we should be monitoring the experience in particular because we know that there have been challenges in terms of diversity in our hiring promotion processes. So to me, that is a gap that should be included in this stage of evaluation, because I understand that we do want to analyze the outcome, and that is important, but also the process, which is what report is reporting on. We want to make sure that we capture the breadth of how people journeyed through that process, because I heard also that people withdrew, and perhaps they withdrew because of certain experiences of what happened. So I guess, are there opportunities to apply those filters now in order to understand people's evaluation of the process and not the outcome through a demographic data lens?
So the format of the input were in-person focus groups and town halls, and there was a survey. Both of those pieces of input are they already had a start and an end. And, short of going back now and saying, anyone who filled a survey, please also add this added piece. I think the service has done a remarkable job at emphasizing the socio-demographic pieces where it makes sense. We do risk an exhaustion point because we ask them when they apply. We ask them when they get selected. We analyze it. We report it annually. I hear you on we don't have, the 25% that could have perceived bias, we don't have that drill down when we don't have the drill down on the 75. But when you think of the objective of this evaluation was not specific around bias, but it was around fairness for every candidate. Was the process perceived as more fair? How were the changes we made generally received? We do see in terms of who got hired, who got selected, who made it through their interview, we certainly can draw some conclusions on that. Certainly the next time we run it, we will also do an evaluation again. That's something we can certainly take away to say where in the process does it fit, so that maybe you collect it once and it can kind of help and carry through.
Okay, so for the survey, the demographic information was not part of the survey, is that?
Not part of this evaluation.
Sorry, I'll just clarify.
Yeah.
So there was, at the end of the survey, voluntary questions. So I was able to see the socio-demographics of the people who responded if they chose to answer those questions. So that does tell us there was a range in the socio-demographics of the respondents, as well as the participants in the focus groups, because I wanted to make sure that the feedback came from a broad range of experiences. It also asked candidates to indicate whether they were successful or not, and there was a good balance both in the focus groups and the survey of candidates who had been successful and unsuccessful. So those two things allowed us to see that the feedback we got in the survey did come from a range of perspectives.
So the data is there then to determine the experience of bias through
We can't drill it down. No. The survey shows, again, of those people who chose to answer those questions, what their socio-demographic profile is.
But it's not
we can't drill down to say, based on those indicators, what was their experience in each question, I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, we can't, we know that it was a good selection who responded. We cannot isolate the individual responses to the answers.
And previously we talked about, I have, I think, spoken with you a few times, Sabina, about surveys and interviews with people who did not succeed, for them to identify where barriers and challenges they might be experiencing in their career development. And maybe it was suggested that such a survey should be anonymized so that people don't feel like it will affect their future career development. Is that happening, and is there data around that can be shared?
So the evaluation that was undertaken included unsuccessful candidates as well, to provide their input and lens. So all of the findings, and you will see some of the findings relate to how valued specific experience was, whether you were on the front line or an NCO or in a special ops or in a corporate role. There was a perception that some were more favored over others as one of the barriers. So part of this did include an overall input from the unsuccessful candidates.
And would there be sufficient information that would inform us in terms of what kinds of programs could be developed to strengthen the career developments of those groups that we're hoping will have more opportunities and representation in the future? Do you feel like there's enough information that we've gathered that can inform that?
Yeah, so what we can we can say is in the sergeant process specifically, it was a representative group that got promoted. The disproportionalities were very little, if any. In many cases, sometimes they were generally overrepresented compared to who applied. In the staff sergeant process, we do see that we have to focus on the competitiveness of the candidate before the interview process itself, before even the promo process starts. We have seen that the data suggests we need to look a little more upstream to say, you know, at a divisional level, who's getting opportunities in training spots or in CIBs and things like that. And so that is what this year's data and even last year's data has started to identify for us, is that it's not about the promotional process necessarily. It's about all the things that lead up to say you're ready. What does readiness actually mean? And certainly that is work we are committing to undertaking with the staff supers. It's part of the mandate that all of the staff supers have around driving a more diverse workforce.
And I have just one more question for Ms. Holton. From your evaluation, what are the biggest adjustments you think we should be making in a move forward basis?
So the report sets out a number of recommendations, but some of the key areas are actually what the CEO was just referring to. So looking to align the promotional process with the overall career development of members, so that there's consideration of what opportunities are provided and even how people are deployed that don't disadvantage, and in many cases unintentionally, perhaps disadvantage people. So just aligning the two paths so that people can plan their career, they understand what to set their sights on if they're looking to move forward, and the organization is aligned behind that. So that theme captures quite a number of specific recommendations. And then the other is to ensure that across the organization there is a clear and consistent understanding of the service's current values and competencies around leadership, so that anyone who's involved in mentoring, developing, or evaluating candidates has in their mind a clear understanding of what the organization today is looking for in its future leaders. So there are many specific, fine-tuning, but those are sort of the two major buckets. And I will say that the organization has been very receptive. We've spent a lot of time digging down. There's quite a bit more detail behind a lot of these things, and there's been very good discussion to date, and I know a lot of work underway already. But those are two, I would say, key important themes that you could sort of put a lot of the recommendations into.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I believe you had one, Councillor Kerr.
Yes. Well, the first one is an easy one. This is just one I haven't been able to look back in material. There's on page 29, there's a reference to the 2020 to 2023 people plan. And in my orientation materials, I didn't know there was such a thing. Is that something that I could find in Diligent? Did that go through the board at some point?
At some point it would have. I can certainly forward a copy.
Yeah, I would love that.
I would say we're due for a new one, because that one,
that's
but
why
certainly
I'm
it'll
asking,
give you a sense of where
hiring
we're
plan.
going.
Yeah, I assume the hiring plan would generate an update, but I thought it would be good to read before that's coming. Yeah, okay. And then I wanted to ask, we have the recommendations. There's lots of advice about what to do with how to hone the exam, but I wondered what happens with the survey data in its entirety, because I was fascinated by the fact, I mean, this really started from let's remove the bias from the promotion process and be able to document its fairness. And it looks like it does that pretty well if you look at the data and the feedback. But there is feedback. The unit commanders are saying, you know, great, and I know we needed to change, but I sure wish I had more of a say here. And to me, that's where bias can happen. And I'm not talking necessarily about racial bias. I'm talking about culture. Say you want to build a certain culture in your division. You can look pretty good on paper, ethnically, racially, gender, but you're building a certain culture. And so the people you're putting forward to promote are people who get with your program, if you know what I mean. And so this seems to account for that. So they have to promote for merit and then work with that. I really like some of the feedback there. So you're hearing from unit commanders, yeah, but I want more of a say. Do we say thank you for sharing and move on, or do we dig deep and find out what it is they want?
Of course, very important feedback, and we do listen to it, and we are considering how to better integrate the unit commander assessment of readiness into the promotional process.
Yeah.
But I think has been touched upon a few times, that is really dovetails into career development and leaders themselves, not just frontline candidates, understanding the direction of leadership, the culture, so the bigger picture, what the expectations are. And that, of course, will influence sort of training curriculum and leadership development. And that is certainly going to be our focus. So, yes, we will look for ways to integrate frontline leaders into the equation, but at the appropriate time.
Right. Yeah. And then one last question, Madam Chair, because I'm trying to decide about Councillor Chang's motion. Is there a review? Is there a review date built in? You know, we're going to use this to hire people. Is there an annual review or a 5-year review? What's the plan?
So this evaluation was specific to this round of sort of promotions, recognizing there were a lot of big changes we made.
Yeah.
We are using the input, including the unit commander piece, to make a number of refinements, not as I would say significant, but things that candidates have said to, you know, things like shorten the timeline, clarify the eligibility for interview. Unit commanders want more meaningful input. So we're looking at that to make another round of smaller changes. And then we will do another evaluation again. So our commitment is to evaluate, you know, potentially after each process. We do believe we have a good baseline, but I think there's still enough smaller things to adjust to see now how does it feel. And so we're committed. We'll probably run a sergeant process by the end of this year, maybe a staff sergeant one early next year. So we're committed to doing another round, another evaluation with both of these ranks, you know, around this time next year.
And this, you know, talking to ARAP wants to be worked with a little bit. Did any of that happen before some of the changes that are made in this process?
So a lot of the input that came into this process was a series of, whether it was PACER, whether it was the member experience, there was a Deloitte report, there was a lot built up into where we are today. But there is certainly a window of opportunity to work with ARAP at another meeting to say, here's the work that's gone on, here's what the evaluation says. We all know we'd like to do another round of promotions, we would like to evaluate again, and so where there are questions around methodology or intersecting with race and things like that, like this isn't really one and done. We know that this is a big priority for the service, so there's always an opportunity to engage with ARAP at a dedicated meeting and get their input.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Nadine, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I'm wondering how many of the unsuccessful candidates came forward, like just a percentage of the unsuccessful candidates that came forward in this process? And I wonder also if there was an opportunity for them to list the supports necessary for them to reapply, and how many of them imagine that they would have reapplied?
So I can't answer the second question. I don't know. I don't have the specifics around, or didn't ask that question. In the unsuccessful candidates, or there were two methodology of collecting information from the candidates. One were the focus groups. So we had a total of 40 candidates, and it was about half and half, unsuccessful and successful. And same thing with the survey. So we had a total of 319 candidates participate in the survey. Some were didn't get through the exam. Others went all the way through. And of those that went all the way through, again, it was about half and half who responded to the survey. Not all of the candidates who entered the process completed the survey. We were only able to look at those that actually did participate. But it was, again, a pretty good representation. And I will say in the focus groups, the unsuccessful candidates, whether they had not met the eligibility or they had gone all the way through and been unsuccessful, were very constructive in their feedback. They were very happy to share their experience. Some indicated they would like to try again, others, and it seemed to me those that were maybe further along in their career felt maybe they wouldn't, but they were very constructive in their feedback. So I did find it was a good representation. I would have been concerned if all of the feedback came from successful candidates, because that only gives you one perspective. So it was almost a 50-50 split in terms of those that went all the way through, and feedback, constructive feedback from both successful and unsuccessful candidates.
Can I just add a little bit to that? I mean, we certainly can ask in our future processes, questions to tease out your second question a little more. But I'll just, make an observation of my engagement with members across the service. It is not uncommon in a policing community to have to compete more than once for a rank. The chief had to compete more than once on a few occasions. It's something that is, you always look for opportunities to improve yourself and learn from each one of these experiences. And that's certainly been my personal journey. And when I've met with members after this after this process, there was a very, anecdotally, I will tell you, a very positive feeling about where we're headed organizationally, and a willingness for those who, in their career, in their family, in their personal life, it makes sense that they'd want to compete again. There was certainly indications that would be something members are, willing, prepared to do. But I only say that that's not unusual in the sector to have to compete more than once, and we try to make it the most equitable, fair, and barrier-free process, and I think we're headed down that road, but it is something that we could certainly measure and evaluate going forward, because it is something we do. We do compete more than once. That's, part of the journey of a police officer through the ranks is most people are not successful every time, the first time. And that was certainly my experience. As I look down the table here, I think everybody's had something similar one way or another that would equate to that. So.
Any other questions? Thank you. Councillor Chang, I believe you had a motion.
Yes, I do. It's just being amended at this moment, but I think Doobie can tell me when it's ready to go. But while it's being prepared, I just want to recognize that this process is a significant shift from where we were, and that does deserve recognition, because I think there was a decrease in trust in the process in terms of bias and transparency, and maybe people thought that their friends could help friends, and this is trying to stop that. And so thank you to everyone who has committed to a new and positive change in this area. And so in the spirit of continuous learning journey, and I really appreciate our CAO's commitment to meeting with ARAP and presenting and sharing and having the ability for ARAP to give some feedback. And while we are still working on operationalizing ARAP's feedback to the board on key matters, I think this is a very important piece of how we loop them in. So I'm just moving a motion that we review this evaluation, that the executive director review the evaluation and associated data in consultation with ARAP with a report back to the board by the fourth quarter. And
thank you. And I believe Nadine Spencer is going to second the motion.
yes.
All in favor? Seeing none opposed, the motion as put on the screen by Councillor Chang is approved. And I believe, subject to no more questions, may I have a motion to receive item number 3? Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by Nadine Spencer, and all in favor. Item number 4 is the annual report 2023 from Chief Demkiw as it relates to recruitment, appointments, and promotions. We do have 2 deputations. First is Mr. Doyen withdrawn on this, or he will be speaking? All right, perhaps we could start with Dave Doyen. Morning. Please let us know.
Everyone. Before I begin, let me also salute Superintendent Pauline Gray. It's been a pleasure working with her on the inaugural and second iteration of the Police and Community Engagement Review Advisory Committee. So, Staff Superintendent Pauline Gray, thank you very much for your partnership over the years. You can start my timer now for the deputation. Good morning, everyone. Superintendent Stacey Clark's disciplinary hearing has attracted significant attention. Though that process is underway, the outcome is to determine the appropriate punishment for her misconduct rather than adduce recommendations to correct the conditions of disadvantage that limit or prevent the advancement of Black police officers. While everyone is rightly concerned about Superintendent Clark's actions, it would be myopic to not consider systemic barriers that would need to be addressed. There are recommendations from the PACER report, the Ontario Human Rights Commission's report from Impact to Action, the TPS Equity Strategy, and the Policing Reform recommendations, and by inference, the report of the Independent Police Oversight Review that stressed the need for diversity and representation and addressing systemic inequities in the recruitment and promotions processes. In Appendix C of this report that looks at the staff sergeant sociodemographic data and promotion eligibility list, 2 groups had progressive trends. White members, 49.3% of whom applied, 53.8% were interviewed, and 56.9% were successful, and a similar trend for East and Southeast Asian officers. Black officers, however, had this trend: 4.7% applied, 5.5% were interviewed, only 2% were successful. Indigenous, Latino, South Asian, and Middle Eastern members had a lower percentage of successful applicants like Black officers. However, with the exception of Latino members who had the worst outcome in terms of successful applicants, Black members realized the most significant decline from the interview stage to the selection stage. In Appendix D, that looks at the sergeant sociodemographic data and promotion list, we see improved outcomes for Latino and Middle Eastern officers, but poorer outcomes for Indigenous members in terms of successful members. Interesting, however, is the sheer increases from the application to the interview stage for East, Southeast Asian, Latino, Middle Eastern, South Asian, and white officers. The percentage increase for Black members was lower in comparison. Only Indigenous officers saw a decline between the application and interview stage. The board's recruitment, appointments, and promotions for uniform and civilian members of the TPS policy approved in 2021, 3 years ago, request an annual summary report which is to include detailed demographic information about applicants for and who are successful in promotions and an analysis of trends at every stage of the promotional process, including whether it appears that there may be systemic or other barriers to promotion based on aggregated demographic info, and if so, what strategies the service intends to employ in order to rectify any potential concerns about the promotional process and/or disparate outcomes for identified groups. The service's demographic data analysis is lacking. In the appendices I mentioned, the service provided a list of members eligible for promotion to the ranks of staff sergeant and sergeant, but did not provide any demographic analysis with respect to the raw numbers. Raw numbers and percentages should be jointly offered to better contextualize or interpret the representation of underrepresented communities. The Chief's report on Item 3 says the service remains steadfast in its commitment to continuous improvement to develop sector-leading, best-in-class people processes that are fair, equitable, and transparent. If that is the case, the service must commit to an evaluation of outcomes. As the evaluator of the promotions process wrote, the existence and extent of any barriers and/or inequities can only be fully evaluated through an assessment of outcomes. No officer, irrespective of rank, should find themselves in Superintendent Clark's position where they think they're faced with a binary choice of respecting the rules and supporting the promotion of Black officers. The board should order the service to take immediate steps to improve the fairness of the promotions process, for example, reprioritizing actions identified in its equity strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm not sure, Mr. Doyen, if you're watching us live on YouTube, but some of your very appropriate comments were the subject of discussion, and this work is ongoing in a number of ways, as you suggested, in terms of even data collection and analysis. And I'm not sure if you saw, but also there was a motion that the board adopted as it related to doing a deeper dive and also consulting with ARAP. So hopefully.
Yep, I did see that, but I would say you need to go much further than that. I think better reflection needs to be done on the equity strategy that the service has adopted. You'll note the way in which the strategy is outlined, the action items are scheduled. There's a particular cadence at which some of the action items will be taken. For example, some are ongoing at the moment, meaning current, some are scheduled for next year, and then at some point into the future. I would submit to you there are items scheduled for future consideration by the service that do need to be reprioritized given the significant attention that has come upon the service because of Superintendent Clark's misconduct.
Thank you, and we agree. Any questions for Mr. Doyen? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Doyen, for your thoughtful comments. The next deputant is Mr. Chris Langenfeld.
Yes, and I'll begin by making note of the fact that, the last deputant is able to respond when members of the board are speaking to them. However, the moment that I finish speaking, my mic is locked out, and of course I'm not able to respond. I wasn't able to hear what Doobie said because although most of the other people are audible here on the phone, I wasn't able to hear what he was actually saying. I'll have to go back and look at the YouTube video to see clearly what it was. Meanwhile, on item number 4 here, the annual report on recruitment, promotions, secondments, and legal indemnification. Trying to the page. Okay. So on page 16 of the report, it indicates that taxpayers paid $306,000 for legal indemnification for 3 cases before the coroner's inquest, representing 8 officers in those cases. So that works out to $102,000 per file that was dealt with, $38,000 per officer dealt with, and in fact that works out to just under 30% of the total amount of legal costs paid. Considering that you folks are going to be negotiating the new contract, clearly the amount that taxpayers are expected to pay for people to have representation at something like a coroner's inquest, that taxpayers are paying almost $40,000 per officer to have a lawyer sitting there with them. Well, I'm sure that benefits certain lawyers that spend the rest of their time defending these guys. That's obviously not of any use to the taxpayers. And so that's something you should be renegotiated, obviously, in part of the upcoming bargaining. Looking at page 17, the terminations here, it mentions there were 14 members who were terminated in 2023. So without us, the public, needing to know the officers' identities or anything like that, may we at least be permitted to know the general reasons for their terminations and why they were fired? And then at the end of the termination section, it mentions here, in all cases, members received representation from the Toronto Police Association or the Senior Officers Organization, depending on their role. So I'd like some confirmation that taxpayers did not pay anything for the legal costs for those people who were actually terminated or resigned. Is that correct in what happened? And then looking at the reasons for leaving here on page 18, it mentions that 8% of your officers that quit had concerns about Toronto Police Service. That was mentioned in 30 of the officers' reasons for leaving. And what's phrased as belief in Toronto Police's strategic direction. So I invite you to try and explain what that means. But there, 6% of your officers said that that was why they were leaving, and that was 24 of those officers quit because of this belief in Toronto Police Service's strategic direction. So I would suggest that as the employer, you might want to actually find out what that means and why your staff are quitting. And then on going back to page 12 on the secondments item, Derek actually wanted me to ask to inquire about Deputy Chief Barbara McLean, that whether she's expected to return from her secondment to Nova Scotia, which she started in the spring of 2021 at the same time as Deputy Chief Shauna Coxon began her secondment in Ireland. And I note that Deputy Chief McLean went to Nova Scotia's Mass Casualty Commission, where she was the investigations director, and they filed their final report a year ago, March 2023, and that commission is long dissolved. So presumably her role there is ended, but I guess maybe she's not coming back to the service. And then finally, Chair, you may have suggested that it was security that came and dealt with Derek, but of course we all know that that wasn't the case, that it was him being arrested on criminal charges. And so, you know, if you don't even know how your staff are dealing with what your instructions are, obviously it would have been helpful if you had actually been in the room as you were giving those kind of orders and violating people's freedom of speech. But I guess that'll have to be dealt with in the courts. I see my time's up.
Thank you. I believe Deputy Dallowell is going to address your questions, both Derek's and your own, as it related to some of the folks who are on secondment.
Sure. Just to confirm, for the terminations, when they're represented by the SU or the TPA, those legal fees are covered by their own dues and through the association, so not taxpayer funded. In terms of the secondment, I think after a celebrated career, Deputy McLean retired. So no, there's no planned return for her. She concluded her work and is now enjoying a well-deserved retirement.
I believe also Mr. Langenfeld asked about
Deputy Coxon?
Deputy Coxon, who went to the Garda in
Yes,
Ireland.
so she since resigned, went to the Garda, and so it's not considered a secondment.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry to be a pain in the neck, but I have to ask on a point of order. Because my understanding of the points of order, deputants come and they address the board. And then we go into board deliberation, and the board is then supposed to determine which of the deputants' questions they think need to be put before the command. And Mr. Langenfeld asked some meaningful questions, so I probably would have said, can I have the answer to that question? Some I don't think really need to be answered, but that would be my decision as a board member, because the deputant is speaking to us, not directly to the command. There is an avenue if he wants to communicate directly with the police. There's in writing, there's a complaints bureau, all the rest. But today he's speaking to us. And if we think he's raised an important question, we'll certainly ask it, is I think the way the rules of order work best. I don't know if the board feels the same way, but I think it's something that we should explore. And I wanted to raise that in front of Mr. Langenfeld so that if we should decide to begin to follow that rule of order, that he wouldn't put all the blame on you. I'm raising it today so that he knows it came from me. It really would make for, I think, a more, you know, we'd get good questions asked, but we'd also move the business of the board along.
Yeah, well, thank you, Councillor Carroll. And I think anybody who has been a board member as long as I've been the chair can see that I usually do try to listen to everybody's deputation carefully. And when there are questions, I usually look to the either the command team or the board if there's something we can answer or clarify. And of course, I don't address every single issue. Many of the things sometimes they're alluded to were all captured because our meetings are live streamed, and thank you. But on that note, did you have any other questions that you wanted to ask as it related to Mr. Langenfeld's deputation?
Well, I do have questions on, you know, he raised the issue of legal costs, and I'm wondering if there's this annual report, but in fact, the legal representation that's provided is really all spoken to in the Act, is it not? We're deciding what gets covered by the service, what gets covered by the association on the basis of the actual CPSA, are we not? So that's really the answer to all the questions about costs. I just wanted to make sure of that. Because I think it's not specifically highlighted in the report, but it's because we really just had that massive report about the Police Act where it told us those questions. My other question was really back at the beginning. Oh, yeah. It was planning for Ontario Police Services Career Fair in support of women in policing. It talks about a woman-focused Ontario Police Service Centre fair held at the college. I was wondering what other work we do, because, I mean, that captures the people who are already interested in it and would come to a fair that is held at the police college. But do we also go out to general job fairs, have a presence there with a goal to achieving gender and racial diversity? Yeah.
So through you, Chair, I can confirm this is just, we highlighted it specifically because it was a Toronto Police College event, but you'll see further down, I think in the report, we go to about over 200 events a year.
Okay.
And many of them are more general in nature, career fairs, post-secondary education fairs. So not all of them are specific to police. We're in the community. We have a fantastic small little recruiting team that is out 7 days a week almost, weekends, even like Salsa on St. Clair. We will put up a booth there. We'll put up a booth at events just to attract anyone who might not even realize there's a path.
Exactly. That's who I'm looking for.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. And then there's in the discussion, there's also there's a stats on the civilian hiring because the last couple of years we've done a lot of civilian hiring, and then it speaks to including those for mass classes. So they go through sort of a mass training when we're doing this size of this amount of civilian hiring.
No, the distinct, so there's individual professional hires.
Yeah.
And then there are hiring we do in classes, so comm operators. That would be considered a mass class. We hire 30 of them at a time. They all go through training together. Special constables would be another one. We hire them in classes of, I believe, 60. So we hire them in one go, very similar to cadets. We run them through. So that's what the mass class hiring meant. We just wanted to capture all of them.
So I can remember getting reports on how that goes, what the success rate is and everything for special constables, but not for civilian. I think it's because last time I was here, we weren't hiring as many at that time. In fact, the Transformation Task Force was trying to just move uniforms over, and there wasn't a lot of incoming. So we're back to this. Do we do any annual reporting on how that goes? How many come in? How many are successful in the class?
This would be the report, but certainly we can add those details. We do talk about it in length in our cadets. We say, we had 3,500 applicants. Of that, you make up a net sort of 300. We can add more in terms of the applicants we do receive for the mass classes to give you a sense of what those screen out rates look like.
Okay, well, and it's something I can ask offline. I don't want this report to become 484 pages. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. And if you need any granular detail, please make sure, and Deputy Dallowell has agreed she can get you that data. Councillor.
Thank you. In the report, it talks about the introduction of community members with human resources experience to support the grading, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to the composition of that. Is it like an advisory, or are they hired as consultants, and who is represented in that part of the promotional process? This is on page.
That was specific to the sergeant and staff sergeant promotional processes. One of the new things we did was we added a community input element to it. So we reached out to our existing CCCs and chiefs committees, and we said, basically, here's the task. We need you to review an application. We will tell you the evaluation of how you're going to be paired up with an inspector, and based on, and then what we had asked in return was for people from the committee that had some background, either professional background in actual human resources. So, they have a base level of understanding on how selection processes work. So we had members from MMIT. We had, I think, members from the, not MHAP, but there's a number of CCCs that were the East Asian CCC that had voluntarily sort of put their application in, and we think we got probably 10, 12 kind of applicants that were interested in that, kind of demonstrated on their resume they had some HR experience, and so we picked from there.
So these members from these committees were part of the entire pool of staff sergeants?
No, they were part of a committee that graded all of the applications that came in for the sergeant and the staff sergeant process.
And these are civilians?
These would have been civilian community members, and the weight of that score would have been 10% of the overall weight of a candidate. But they had an application. The application had a number of questions that focused on their community experience. So they were there to evaluate the weight, the depth, the complexity of that experience in terms of eligibility for the sergeant and staff sergeant ranks.
And is there diversity data on exit interviews?
No, I don't believe there is. That if you look at the exit interviews, it's sort of newer in the realm of programs we are putting in place. The adoption rate wasn't great. It was 54 members. We only sent it to 132. We know we had more than 132 separations. So we are working out the dissemination. To get more response time, we will consider the demographic piece. Certainly as we evolve this was year one in its infancy. And you're seeing that the results, some are meaningful, some are not, that there's work to do. To maybe the deputant's point on, would you ask them to describe more? We do have, I think there's a spot where if they want more of a debrief, if they would like the service to contact them to actually talk about it, they do have the option of saying, yes, I would like a phone call so I can explain all my answers.
And with regard to the surveys, is there any way to require them on exit, or is it always going to be optional?
It's always optional. Same with the sociodemographic information. It has to be voluntary. It can be strongly encouraged, and you can create the workflow so that it's top of mind. But the nature of it and we actually have to keep it as optional.
Just a few more questions. On page 79, there's demographic data about staff sergeant hires, and I think the deputant mentioned this. There's a visible gap between those interviewed and those hired for, in particular, Black and South Asian candidates. And is there a reading of that, like why we feel like that has happened, and how would we mitigate that?
So we called out the disparity for Black candidates on the staff sergeant process. We picked up on that before today, and really have had internal discussions around how would that evaluation have gone? What was the career path that would not have made them competitive? You know, did we offer enough kind of interview answering sort of training? But what we have realized is it's less about the promotional process. It's about the work. It's about a unit commander assessment. It's about the experience they get to make them competitive to this point so that their answers are well-rounded, they have some operational depth. But we have specifically picked that out as something we do need to look at in terms of what are the experiences you get outside of a priority response sort of duty.
Mm-hmm. In particular, I think not just the Black community, but also the South Asian, just you see this drop from interview to successful that is quite visually apparent.
It is.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we've picked those out, and part of it is, so we are looking at that. I do think it's less about the interview. We are adding more training for this next round, just around, let's all rally around what a definition of a leader is. Let's think about any internal biases and stuff. But this also is what is happening to that person's career before they sit in front of a panel of very senior leaders, looking for a certain level of depth and to their answers.
And is there data around racialized females? Because that's like a specific, because we talk about gender and we talk about race, but actually we know that women of color encounter barriers in both areas. So have we created a data set that pulls out the experience of racialized women?
The intersection specifically, I find it's harder for us to drill down at that level. But generally speaking, I think the story on women in the service is quite a good one. In 2018, where was it? We have basically, even among our senior officers, in 2018, only 29% would have been part of one or another underrepresented group. Now almost 50% of all senior officers belong to one or another underrepresented group, and in particular, our female candidates and leaders have done deservedly well, I think, in the last number of years. But we don't have a full breakdown of, are you a racialized female or not, and how's your experience? It's not at that level.
Just because I know that it tends to be the demographic that does encounter significant barriers, it would be good to have a way to pull that data out in the future. And we see, up to 50% are not responding about race, like prefer not to say, and that really is very difficult for our data. I'm just wondering, are there other ways to, like, other than how they fill out the survey, but we know through our own perhaps employment data, is there another way to organize or get a more wholesome picture?
So we are probably this week, if not next week, launching a service-wide workforce census to build out our data set. That will not be tied to a human resource process. It really is just to understand the makeup of the service. There's a campaign, I think it's called This Is Us, that we are releasing. And so we're hoping over time that data set will be more robust. It will require us to not have to pinpoint specifically HR processes and allow you to really follow a member's journey, whether you applied for anything or not. And so that will be a secondary piece that we might be able to use, but you're right, this is voluntary, and so people have to self-identify, and our assumption is if you did not self-identify, then we're assuming nobody in that bucket. We can't assume that any of them would have been or not racialized. So everything's based on who self-identifies.
So if there's a census going out, would there be opportunities to use employee numbers tied to demographics that then become anonymized data that could be analyzed without a respondent having to directly self-declare?
Yeah, it can, and certainly we would look to do that, but we also are very mindful that there's a general mistrust around data and the service and members giving it. And so we do want to be, we did a whole privacy impact assessment with the service. So we're trying to establish good guardrails on what that data is intended to do and not. And yes, part of being more responsive to sort of the workplace experience is part of it. And so that's sort of what I would call in scope. But I would be careful to say in what scenarios would we really do that with.
Mm-hmm. And my last question, on page 93 of the civilian socio-demographic data, we see larger gaps for racialized applicants that are hired as well. And just wondering if you could speak to that.
On the cadet side?
On the civilian socio-demographic data.
No, so the response rate on the civilian side is really low. It's hard to drive a lot of insights in it. We are looking at, rather than doing one global sort of data collection on a civilian, maybe we need to do them class by class so we can say, how are comm operators doing? How are special constables? Because I think the input and the considerations look very different when you're doing a comm operator versus a special constable versus like a programmer or something in IT or anywhere else. So it's hard to deduce exactly what would happen because on the civilian side, you can go through many different processes that all look very different.
Mm-hmm. But regardless, like with this window that we do have, we do see, for example, South Asian, 13.8% applicant, 5% success selected, 7.2% applicant, Black applicant, 3.6% selected. So we do see this gap that's bigger across the races than the white applicants. So it is still a window. It may not be statistically significant, but this is what has happened, factually.
Yeah, so I think our challenge is that the response rate when they're selected is so low that I would not generate a lot of insights. We actually were debating at one point not including this appendix because you can't generate much in it. But it has heightened our awareness of, one, we need to drive more consistency on the collection, and two, we are already working quite closely with our mass classes, our comm operators, our specials, but certainly to reinforce some of the pieces around selection, bias-free, and things like that. I think we need another year of this data to really see what's happening.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. On item number 4, the board was supplied with confidential documents. If there are any questions on those particular documents, we must go into camera to discuss them. I don't see any questions.
Sorry, is that, I didn't even give that thought because I thought we were going in camera later. So we would go in camera so that you'd be able to adopt the whole item. You'd want to go in camera now?
For this item only.
Yeah, my questions aren't that important that I'd hold up the item and go in camera. I can just sort of ask them offline later. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So may I have a motion to receive item number 4? Councillor Chang, seconded by Councillor Carroll. All in favor? And then we move on to item number 5, which is a report from Chief Demkiw. It's the police reform recommendation 79. And we do have a deputation from Mr. Langenfeld.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So here on item 5, the police reforms. Sorry, it's difficult to advance here. Looking here at the recommendations from the Way Forward report and recommendations here. Recommendation 8 was to look at changing the 2-person vehicle responses. So obviously we've known this since it was first mentioned that it required a change to the collective agreement, yet that hasn't happened in all this time, despite over many times having over the inflation rate wage increases agreed to by the board with the TPA. And so I'm just looking, hopefully, for some assurance that this time around the bargaining committee will actually deal with this decades-old issue that simply hasn't been dealt with again and again, and it's costing taxpayers a whole lot of money having two police officers in the vehicle when it isn't necessarily always necessary. Looking at item number 9 from the Way Forward's recommendations, they refer to a minute here. It would be nice if they actually gave the reference to the minute so that people could actually look it up and see what they're talking about. Looking at item 10 here, this was the retail program, and the concern is we've actually got, at one side here, we've got recommendation 10 that was to have basically stores doing their own arresting and processing of arrests and giving out tickets and things like that and getting the police completely uninvolved in that. And then that apparently wasn't working, so then we came up with a pilot project to do it. But meanwhile, on one side, we're handing off to private corporations, to retailers, the processing of charges against people and letting them off basically with a warning or issuing them tickets and making these kind of decisions. And on the other side of things, we've got programs like Project Resolute, where we're paying police officers, taxpayers are paying police officers to basically provide private security to certain buildings and religious groups. And we've also seen there was the SIU complaint about a homeless guy that went onto a construction site to use a porta potty, and he got injured when the police arrested him. In that case, where although it's, at that point we had 26-minute response time for emergency calls and shootings, police arrived there in less than 2 minutes in order to basically perform private security duty, because the company there had contracted with a firm out of Texas that had a direct line into Toronto Police Headquarters or the dispatch unit there to have cars sent out basically faster than any private security could do. So what we've got is taxpayers paying to provide private security, while at the same time we're having the law enforcement issues handed off to private firms. Item 16 from the Way Forward talks about the decentralized and the fact that in 2021, following a review, Command decided that the decentralized district operation model did not meet conceptual expectations, and they came up with their own plan. So the question is, where was that change? Where is the record of that having been brought before the board? We know the board went through a huge process to come up with the Way Forward, and it cost taxpayers a whole lot of money to come up with that. And all of a sudden, then we've got the service, basically Command, deciding, well, no, we're just going to change what we're doing anyways. Item 17 from the Way Forward. Right now, this is about moving data online, and what we've ended up with is a lot of reports now where all you get is live data. There is no history, or there's only a few options to choose specifically selected history ranges. Despite the fact that the data is all there, there's no way for the public to see it or access it. And because no reports are being produced, because they're saying, oh, well, the information is simply all online, all the history comparison is simply gone. Items 20 and 21, court services and parking enforcement. Apparently in October 2018, there was a report prepared by Ernst Young, and that was given to the board, and it was made secret, and it's still being kept secret. So what's the justification under the community safety laws that allow that to be kept secret? Well, I see my time is up, so unfortunately. Derek had some questions here too, but.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I shared is that the only deputy? Oh, okay.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
I do share the question about deployment of vehicles, because that was a big one that we tried. And it does say it's ongoing. Does that mean those conversations are ongoing and it's still being worked on? Something we can discuss in camera? The issue of single officer vehicles at certain times?
Yes, Councillor Carroll. So we had a review of the types of calls that we would send 2 officers to as opposed to 1. That started the discussion.
Yeah.
And in review of the different pilot schedules that we had prior to COVID and extended because of COVID, that work sort of was held in abeyance.
Oh, okay.
So it is a contractual issue, and it's something that has to be negotiated. And as you know, right now the discussions with the Toronto Police Association and the board are ongoing.
Yeah.
There is an avenue to deal with that specific issue, but it's something that obviously the Toronto Police Association have to bargain with. But there was some substantial work done in the initial phases of that recommendation.
I remember I was on the committee. Yeah. Well, I'll follow up in camera though, because it's a sensitive time, isn't it? The other question I had, Madam Chair, wasn't necessarily the deputy's question, but certainly mine, because it's a sensitive time for us in terms of planning for 2026. I'm wondering if the chief wants to comment on the issue of the increased cost for special events, because we're looking at percentages here of the cost of policing at things like Victoria Day, things like that. Victoria Day stands out 516%. Well, those went up, and there's a COVID piece there as well. It was something that the task force was looking at. Is there any work being done there to figure out more efficient ways to deal with it so that the cost doesn't just keep going up and up and up? And is that part of the FIFA discussion? Yeah.
Sorry. Maybe the CAO can start and I can add. We're both in this discussion.
Everyone's involved.
So certainly special events we know is a hot topic heading into festival season. What we have reported in the last budget process, as well as the last couple now, is that the cost associated with special events, in part, is the events themselves are growing. So multiple sites, multiple days, so the footprint of the event itself is what dictates what the public safety requirement is going to be. There is a parallel track to this, which is an active discussion right now with Staff Super Barreto, who just got in seat, and literally the first thing we said is special events. What is the delivery model for that? What is the delivery model with the city, with us, what's on duty, what's not on duty? Let's make sure that those expectations are clear, it's consistent, and kind of lines are articulated. So there certainly is communication work, I would say, and work to make sure that we're consistent in our design. But in terms of the escalating costs, it's the number, it's the type, it's the footprint of the event, it's the days, and year over year, there's a risk assessment that I know the deputy certainly can speak to that might shift the dynamic and the risk in any given time.
Yep, and also labor costs, obviously, as salaries go up, that increases. But one thing we've tried to do is ensure the consistency of what requires a pay duty for specific detail. For instance, a traffic point. Is somebody getting that for free? Are the people paying for it? So we're going through that review process right now. What we've done is institute, and I know the board has probably heard this before, but a couple of years ago, a risk assessment matrix to make sure that events that are handled locally go through a process of evaluation to make sure it's consistent across the board. Some things, are possibly deemed a corporate event, and so they're handled at a different level. Different planning group who would look at in-kind, would look at on-duty resources as well, pay duties depending on the footprint. Also, what we can't forget is the geopolitical situation that we're in. And so sometimes some of these events raise concern for us, and we want to make sure that, like the Walk for Israel, for instance, is done in a safe way, and that requires a whole bunch of resources, including pay duty officers.
And I
Okay.
think, can I just add, if you look at scope and scale, this weekend is a good example where we have Pride and Canada Day celebrations on the same weekend, which is something unique for us this year, which of course brings with it a number of complexities, and with complexity, more frequently than not come expenses.
Right, right. So, okay, I'm going to put you on the spot now. With respect to FIFA, there's a conversation going on over at City Hall that scares me. Because you talk about, having to be consistent in your assessment. One of the requirements of FIFA is that we put on a fan fest. And I know what a fan fest is. That's Jurassic Park. So fans want to be close to the stars. They may not have a ticket, but they want to go there and be a mob. That's a particular type of assessment. But there's a conversation going on at City Hall that there should be 5 different fan fests, that they should be going on all over the city. You would have to assess those consistently, I think, based on your answer. Whereas if we were to say, here's the fan fest, and it's close to the soccer players, and isn't this wonderful? And over here in Etobicoke, we might be having a cultural event. Over here in North York, we might be having a night market. Over there in Scarborough, we might do another thing. Or maybe there's a kids' soccer thing. If they're different events, you would assess them differently, and so you might not necessarily need the same level of security for all of those things and the Fan Fest?
That's correct. I mean, each individual one has its own flavor and its own associated risk, depending where in the city, who's holding the event, who might show up to protest, et cetera. Those things we all look at. With respect to the FIFA discussion, I know, Councillor Carroll, we're going to have a discussion in a couple of weeks with our team, and we'll go through some of those finer details. But, I can tell you, as you know, a lot of these things are contractual that we're already committed to with respect to some of the requirements, certainly from a policing safety perspective, that we're bound by. Specifically on the fan sites, I can tell you anecdotally that there'll be people who will have pop-ups because of the potential, to make money during this time.
Sure.
And those are things that we're going to have to adapt to as they come in, as well, to make sure that the community is safe.
Okay, and that can you have to be nimble, because that could depend on what teams are playing.
That's correct, and you should also know that, as the chief mentioned in his opening remarks, we've been very fortunate to be able to leverage our policing partners in the GTA to help us with staffing.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. I'm just going to piggyback off Councillor Carroll's questions about special events. So when there are smaller local events, are they covered by the local division versus a larger scale? Because I wonder if I think the city has increasingly been focusing on one larger event rather than multiple smaller events. And so that changes our capacity and the way we fund those events?
So a quick answer is yes, but again, depending on the intelligence, who holds the events, who might show up, and those sort of considerations. So there is a matrix, a risk assessment that's done for each one of these events. If it can be handled locally with a local division in their own resources, and they're fine to manage that. Oftentimes, though, that they're not, and so we have to look at other ways to making sure that the event is
I just want, before we leave that, I think it's important to recognize that this organization used to have 16 community response units. We now have 3 in the downtown core. All the other community response units were collapsed to meet core service needs as a result of our inability to meet core service delivery. That was clearly our priority, to get to people when they're calling. And the ripple effect of that is some of what you're describing. Historically, those events would be attended to by our local community response unit members frequently. They don't exist anymore. They just aren't there. So the community organizers, regrettably, are feeling some of that pressure.
And just to add to the chief's comments, we had the flexibility before when one division would use their community response officers. If they needed more, the neighboring division would send their folks over. So we had this group of officers that we could deploy for those local events.
Is there a calculation of the cost impact of that, the collapsing of one, but then on the other end now we have more paid duty, maybe we have more premium pay because of the shifting? So are we just shifting our investment, or have we? Yes.
Well, I think at the end of the day, the cost that you're describing on pay duties, for example, goes to the organizers. Right. And that's a source of conversation all the time because, you know, historically what weren't pay duties, now there's, you know, some costs for pay duties that organizers are concerned about. Mm-hmm. Premium pay, our capacity to meet our demand is not infinite. We have call-outs that go unfilled because we just don't have enough police officers to meet the growing demand. So this is kind of, you know, part of the bigger discussions we've had on resourcing over the long term. But we feel it in real practical terms in these conversations in our neighborhoods, in our communities. It stops being an abstract budget discussion and becomes a real life neighborhood discussion. And this is how, you know, unfortunately some of that is felt.
It is, I think, concerning as we look at FIFA on the horizon because we know our capacity is finite. And so are we exploring the use of other police forces in the area to come in and support?
Yes, we are.
So maybe we get offer maybe some details, but I just want to reassure the board of something, that when it comes to these massive events, and we've seen it recently with the Walk for Israel, we are part of a network of policing in this province that has all our agencies interconnected for these unique moments when there's needs. Of course, that comes with a cost as well. And it comes with a financial cost, it comes with a human resource cost, and a capacity cost. You've seen us travel to other cities to assist, and you've seen other agencies come into Toronto to assist. So I do want to offer some reassurance that while we get stretched day to day, we are connected to a broader network of policing in the province of Ontario that does come to assist on some of the more monumental events.
That's great to hear. So I just wanted to go through some of the questions that I had about the Way Forward report. Number one, about connected officers. I've asked this a few times. You know, we have these phones, people now have mobile devices, but there's still paper notebooks being used. And so just wanting to understand once more the barriers for us to be fully online and not have any more paper being used for officers, because I think that's one of the goals in the Way Forward is to get off paper.
So the Way Forward was very lofty in its description of technology, and it didn't describe at all the how or the where the investments ought to be made. And as you know, I came in 4 years ago, still in the mandate time of the Way Forward, and tried to craft that where should we invest and how. And the challenges are manifest at the service in terms of information technology and information management. You heard them this morning as we're talking about MMIT and how they're looking at process improvement. So trying to think about the process end to end and how to make it work most effectively and co-design that with community. So it's a great example of the kind of work that we need to do through the records management project to streamline a whole bunch of processes. So we can think of a notebook as a piece of paper where we record all this stuff and we just want to make it electronic. But I rather think of it as the starting point for a whole bunch of workflows. As a piece of paper, it really doesn't work very well as a notebook because you have to translate whatever data is in there into another system of some sort in order to move the process along. However, what we're doing with the records management project is looking at the streams of work that would initiate from an officer and how to make that as digital as possible. A great example of that is evidence collection. Right now, when we collect evidence, there might be a note in the notebook. There is definitely a paper form that goes alongside the evidence that's collected. Let's say it's a weapon and put in the bag. The ID number from the bag is collected. The paper goes together, and hopefully they make their journey through the service together and don't get separated from one another. That is a terrible process from a continuity and from a digital perspective. So taking that and making it electronic, so when an officer on the front line is collecting evidence, They put it in the bag. They use their phone to scan the bag and the barcode that's on the bag. And from then, all the information is digital for that, and you can't lose the elements. That's actually part of the redesign of officer notes or the notebook. But it's a substantive redesign with different systems that is going to create way more value than simply taking a paper notebook and putting it on a phone without changing the workflow. So what I'm focused on with the eNotes project is how do we deliver value and transformation through the sort of end-to-end rethinking of these processes in order to make the service more efficient. And there's examples in officer notes, dictation. The body-worn cameras are also significantly changing the landscape on how officers document what they do. So we are seeing innovation in this space. And the big milestone that we're going to see is the go live of the records management system. Right now, that's in early 2026. And when that happens, we are going to see the go live of the core processes that we're redesigning and streamlining.
Is there any opportunities to have a phased-in approach where, because writing in a notebook and writing digitally is not, it's not that big a leap in terms of process to go from this to this, right? So, or this, whatever, however you're going to type it in. So is there a way that we could phase in the digitization of note-taking earlier? So, because it seems to me that would be a huge benefit in terms of, because I'm sure there's times when people's spelling is not clear and you have to decipher that. I don't know how the font writing of doctors compares to our officers, but is there an opportunity to, I guess, expedite that piece of the puzzle?
There is in certain lanes and there isn't in others. Mm-hmm. So in some of the places, for example, our neighborhood and community officers have started using a documentation tool that's on their phones. They call it the NCO app, but it's essentially an electronic notes tool, which allows them to document all their activity so that we can track it more effectively and know what they're doing and where they're deployed. So that's going eNotes beforehand, and we're moving that forward. We've also got an e-referral project, which is looking at making electronic referrals, and we're partnered with Medical Alert to build something that not only will work for Toronto Police Service, but will work across Ontario and essentially across Canada. So by having these workflows that are partnered, we can do an eNotes version of that and make that available and start the change management now.
So the at-large implementation is scheduled for which quarter of 2026?
First quarter of 2026. Of course, that comes with significant timeline risk. It's a big project, a lot of complexity. And as we just discussed, we've got FIFA right on the heels, so we've got to manage the timing of that and the rollout across the organization.
Okay.
And we are presenting next month on that in the confidential.
Thank you. On point 5 of Way Forward, alternative reporting and follow-up for non-emergencies, is there data on the use of the alternatives in terms of customer satisfaction? I know that I've heard people say they've been on hold for a really long time, or they do submit a report online, but they're really not sure. It's like they cast it into the abyss and they're not sure if there is going to be a police visit or follow-up. So I guess, is there a feedback loop that's built in? For example, when we call telehealth, they often say, are you willing to take a survey after this call? If you are, plus, so that we are getting feedback about these alternative pathways that we've built.
So this is on our roadmap for the platform and transformation, or the digital project. We have the technology now to be able to do this. We need to execute on the build. I wouldn't expect it to be in this calendar year, perhaps early next year or in the second quarter.
Okay, great. Number 6, improved public safety response. Has the public safety response team remained separate from Project Resolute, or have the two been folded together because currently the main public safety piece is within the realm of what Project Resolute is working on?
That's a great question, Councillor. The Public Safety Response Team was added to Project Resolute some weeks into it, and that was at the request of the incident commanders, who identified a need for consistency in resources assigned to respond to what was a very dynamic and ever-changing set of events. And what we did see operationally is that we were stronger and more thorough in our response when we had a consistent resource with consistent leadership and people who understood the issues. So the PSRT became that unit for us. They are presently part of the set of tools available to our incident command, and when they are not required for events related to Project Resolute, they are returned quite actively every single day to their regular duties.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to mosey on through my questions. Number 7, more efficient scheduling. Are there data points being considered in the analysis of the 2 shift models, including policing response time and outcomes, along with sergeant or staff sergeant evaluations of their perspectives on how the 2 staffing models impacts productivity? So this is the compressed week versus the 7 days on and off versus the 5 days on and off.
Yes, there is an evaluation and data that comes with that. As I think the report here mentions, or it's somewhere mentioned, I read it, that at the end of this year, the pilot was extended because of the pandemic, and hopefully at the end of the contract negotiations, we can move forward on one consistent version across the service.
So is this decision part of the negotiations of the collective bargaining, or is this something that is decided by command?
Well, it has to be a decision with the Toronto Police Association, obviously, and because they're in discussions right now, we can't really talk about what's on the table.
And so currently, there is still piloting of both schedules happening?
That's correct.
Number 8, in terms of number 8. Oh, I think this was what Councillor Carroll talked about in terms of the shifts and if one officer can respond, and we'll talk about that in confidential. Number 15, overhauling paid duty. Is there information on staffing model changes that resulted from the moratorium? Because there was a moratorium on hiring, and as a result of that moratorium, the purpose was to look at staffing models and see if there could be adjustments, perhaps towards some efficiencies. So is there a report or information on what resulted? Because we know the negative effects of the moratorium, which we have been trying to catch up on in terms of staffing, but were there modeling changes with the staffing? Were there adjustments made as a result of the moratorium as it was suggested, and why it was part of this?
So there was some changes being made, and you'll find of interest. Recently, we had at our Executive Assurance Committee meeting a report on the pay duty system. It was more administrative, but out of that, we were reminded of an audit that was done a few years ago that talked about some of the issues that we have with pay duties that are going to take into consideration. The CAO had some specific questions around the administration of the pay duties, and an audit that we want to do in the future to sort of address this. So this is still ongoing.
It's still ongoing. Number 23, investment in 911. Where are we at with the 911 levy? And it says in the recommendations that, that it is intended that this potential investment could be used towards our future ability to receive text messages, photos, videos, and better location information. And so the second part of my question, in addition to the status of 911 levy, is it in our NG 911 implementation timeline, are we including the text message, photos, videos, and better location information? Is that part of the scope of our goals with our development of NG 911?
So maybe I'll just take the first question on the levy itself. We are working with the city and the city CFO. This is actually part of this long-term financial plan of the city as well, to pursue a 911 levy. It requires work with the province, and so the right channel on that is with the city. And so that's ongoing, but I I don't have a detailed status.
And the second question.
With respect to the NG 911, this phase is simply going live with the technology. None of the partners, there's lots of announcements of different people going live. We will be going live this month or in July. But there is no change in the feature functionality set through this phase. It's simply changing the technology, which will enable at future points the change in the feature set.
So is there a goal in our development plan in future years, and what would that look like? Because, for example, in my analysis, at least in the city of Taipei, where they do have video 911, it does help, especially with domestic violence IPV, where if you make a call and you don't say anything and you've activated video, or now you can geolocate somebody quickly through an app faster than perhaps other methods. So just because of how critical it could be in certain situations, is there a plan that we do want this to happen and it will happen in this way, in this timeline, or is this still not that clear?
So there is a plan. The plan is set nationally and supranationally. So the U.S. and Canada maintain sort of a parity and move forward these things together. So therefore, it is very slow movement towards these changes. We are looking, and it's not at a service level. It's not the level of Toronto Police Service. It's nationwide at least. So in that sense, we are moving at the pacing that the CRTC is setting. Alongside that, however, we have our digital technologies, which we can leverage to do video calls, and we have piloted a technology to do basically a WebEx, but through a browser. So we can call someone and have a video conversation, and we can record that up to the cloud. So we've prototyped and proof of concept that technology, and now we're looking at the use cases where we'll deploy that first. We won't deploy it in the most critical situations first for obvious reasons around risk management.
And does that mean that there are no cities in North America currently that have text message, photo, video, and location information?
So there is a service for the deaf, which is a text messaging, but it's not available to the public unless you have a dedicated device. To my knowledge, there aren't that are embedded in the 911 call functionality. There are services that are using a video sort of after the fact to make calls to people and to do what I call digital policing.
Or through systems outside of the 911.
Exactly.
Great, thank you. And my last question for the comprehensive culture change and human resource strategy, number 24. So it talks about in 2018, there was a organizational cultural assessment where 3,500 members responded. Has a similar assessment been done recently? And if so, is there a breakdown by division of this data?
So there's been, I think, in the last few years, a number of assessments. There's this one that you're referring to. There's a Deloitte report that was, I think, 2018, 2019. We then followed that up with kind of a harassment workplace sentiment report in 2019, 2020. The team right now is developing what a new employee engagement survey would look like to roll out either towards the end of this year or early in the new year for more of an ongoing, repetitive, not just looking at sort of the problem areas, but looking at generally like organizational well-being. So that's in the works with a new set of findings. But in the meantime, we do work with the findings we do have. The main ones, if you take all the reports, what they really were hitting on were kind of overhauling a lot of the HR programs, developing better civilian career paths, a lot of data and analytics around sociodemographic data, finding a way to amplify good work and good news stories. Certainly a lot around workplace harassment, discrimination, how investigations are done, and how do you close the loop with complainants. A lot on the investigative reform side and training. And so certainly we have been working nonstop across all of the themes and the recommendations. And so they're all in various states, but we will be doing another sentiment sort of analysis in the next, I would say, 6 to 12 months to kind of get the latest of where we're at.
And the past data that was collected on this, and moving forward in the new set of data, was there a divisional breakdown? Because we saw with the Deloitte report, there was significant, concerns about work culture, and it would be, I think, very important to know, a divisional comparison so that, it's not just one, the organization is so large and complex, so we can really identify where the problems are being created.
Yes, there was in both surveys a very pointed question around, talk to us about your division and is it problematic or not. We did have a breakdown at a unit level. The caution I would add is the survey response rate. So the Deloitte response rate was maybe a 10% response rate. Our internal one was actually a 25% response rate. We have honed in on those areas. And what isn't always seen in these sort of forums is what is the either respectful workplace work we're doing? Have we changed up unit commanders? How are we working with units that do, whether it's a survey or whether just as complaints come in, if we start to notice a pattern, there's between labor and EIHR and our staff supers and our unit command, there is sort of a rallying around of certain cases and themes that we see to try and address them.
Great. Thank you so much for answering all my questions.
Thank you. May I then have a motion to receive item number 5, please? Councillor Chang, seconded by Nadine Spencer. All in favor? Seeing no opposition, moving on to number 7, which was the contract extension increase with the Versatem Public Safety for the Versadex Records Management System. Councillor Chang, you had a question.
So this is the current technology that we're extending with options, but we already have chosen a replacement technology. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so we're asking for an extension of 2 years with an option of 2 additional years. So I guess my question is, where are we in the implementation of the new technology, and do you foresee that there will be challenges that would require us to do the other extensions?
So right now we are in full swing on the implementation team. The implementation team has been trained. They're working out of 11 Division, and they have built the first prototype of the TPS version of Niche, and that's happening now. What we're going to do is iteratively build out more and more of the solution. But starting from, I think we're doing the break and enter workflow from call through to courts, and building that entire process out, and then we'll move into all of the other services that the Toronto Police Service provides. So the work is underway. As you can imagine, there is a tremendous amount of business process reengineering and redesign, and with that comes a significant amount of both timeline risk and scoping risk. We also believe that the project is going to start a process of continuous reform that's going to continue well beyond the end of the project. So with all that said, what we're aiming for is the go live in January of 2026, and that will be the start of a rollout process. With respect to Versaterm and the Versadex product, the question is going to be how long do we need to keep it around to have it there to fall back on as we go through the go live process. Our go live process anticipates moving all of the data relatively early in the go live process to make sure that that's solid and we have our data secured in the new system. If that goes well, and there's no reason why it shouldn't, then we should be able to move on relatively early in that process. But we have to hedge against the risk that we need that system for a longer period of time, hence the 1-year renewals.
Great, thank you. I'm happy to move the motion. If anyone, oh, okay.
Yeah, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thanks. I was trying to understand because the past costs of Versadex, or their total costs are in the financial impact. And then we see the annual cost. Is the annual cost for the extension of the contract, does that amount to about the same dollar amount in operating as we're doing right now under the current contract? It's about the same?
Yeah, it's consistent.
Okay. And then niche, while that work is starting, is that a capital project at this point? While it's still underway? So it's going to roll into operating as this is rolling out?
There may be an overlap.
Of course it's
There
that
may
smooth.
be, yes,
No.
yes. There will be most likely an overlap
Oh,
depending
okay.
on the rollout, yes.
Okay. And last question is a tech question. Was the next system chosen in relation to its ability to connect with other things? Because while this is records, it is going to have to be able to talk to whatever is that mythical digital officer program. So was it chosen for its ability to patch?
There were sort of three core issues. One was the ability to go mobile, so the e-notes question. How mobile was the software solution? Which you could also say how modern and how up to date the technology is. The second was how does it help us shape workflow? So can we put guardrails on the officer to make sure that they're following the process as they should and nudge them in the right directions, as well as automating out the administration of the administrative work. We call that the job, not the paperwork. That's our slogan.
Yeah.
And the third is absolutely connectivity. So there is the APIs or basically the hooks that allow us to get at the data in that system. And that's very important for us to be able to connect to digital systems, and those digital systems are what we're setting up through the Platform and Transformation Project.
Right.
So these two swings are going to pincer together in 2026, and the work that we're able to do in terms of standing up an ability to be agile and build digital solutions is going to marry up to the records management solution, which builds the sort of core policing capability and the information management.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. Those are my
Thank you.
questions.
Seeing no more. It's at noon. Sorry, we're just looking at timing in terms of what might be an appropriate time for a break. It took me off my thought track. With respect to number 7, there weren't any more questions, I don't think. Can I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. And perhaps I'll do a canvas. I think that's sort of the more fair way. We have about roughly half an hour more deputations, and then we have the items, and it's hard to necessarily gauge how many questions there'll be. I realize in terms of the command team's day and everybody else's day. I mean, I'm happy to power through for a bit longer to see how much because once we break for an hour, and then we've got to come back down, and then we go up to the confidential. So I'm just looking to see if people sort of have the strength and. There's a few deputants, of course, who've just submitted, and then they would. We'll just acknowledge their. All right, let's go on for a little bit and see how we do. All right, we're now at item number 9, which is the Downtown Community Outreach Response and Engagement Team Pilot Project, the CORE project. John Sewell from the Toronto Police Accountability Coalition. It's in your materials. Provided a deputation. Thank you, Mr. Sewell. And we do have virtually Micwasan Agnew from the Toronto Indigenous Harm Reduction. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Micwasan Agnew. I am a Cree and Dene woman. I'm a band member of Salt River First Nation. I'm a harm reductionist with Toronto and Indigenous Harm Reduction and an employee of the Street Health OPS site, and I'm a resident of Toronto. On June 5th, the Downtown Community Outreach Response and Engagement Team announced their pilot project implementation, the collaboration between the Toronto Public Health, TPS, the Downtown Young Business Improvement Area, Toronto Community Crisis Service, Gernstein Crisis Center, Toronto Metropolitan University, and Unity Health to, quote, address the complex health, mental health, substance use, and housing needs of vulnerable people. The Toronto Police and any business association of any kind have no business in the matters of public health. This pilot project is yet another co-optation of harm reduction. Harm reduction was developed by drug users, for drug users, not by the police and not by any business. The toxic drug supply that is claiming the lives of the people that I support is exacerbated by the criminalization of the people who use drugs. The involvement of police is the only safe spaces that exist in the city to use drugs will only claim more lives. People will simply stop using these services. We are going to see an increase of overdoses in our community. More people are going to die. As an OPS worker, I know the largest demographic of people who rely on overdose prevention sites and safe injection sites are my relatives, Indigenous people, specifically Indigenous women. It was just last month, my colleague spoke to the police data that reported that Indigenous women are overrepresented in instances of police violence and remain in custody longer than any other demographic of people in Toronto. As an Indigenous woman, I know that my relatives do not trust the police. The police are an arm of the continued agenda of settler colonialism. Indigenous people are overrepresented among the unhoused and people who use drugs as a direct result of this violence. This pilot project announcement has made me fearful for the lives of the people that I support. The police do not keep us safe, we keep us safe. The police in the City of Toronto are invested in protecting the businesses and capital, as we can see here in the collaboration between the Young BIA, TPS, and TPH. The best way to support the unhoused is by giving them adequate housing. As a healthcare worker, I am witness to the defunding of health, mental health care resources, and resources for people who use drugs, and the overfunding of the police. More surveillance, more enforcement will not solve the housing crisis. And people who use drugs and community members that struggle with mental health crisis will not disappear. You cannot police your way out of a public health matter. The Toronto Police only make our jobs more difficult. These are not individuals that are capable of crisis response and de-escalation, as is proven to us by the lives lost as a result of police violence. The City of Toronto proclaims that this pilot project was driven by Our Health, Our City, a mental health, substance use, and harm reduction and treatment strategy for Toronto. Under this directive, it is claimed that although people from all demographic and socioeconomic groups use substances, criminal penalties for the possession of drugs for personal use created barriers for people to access a range of health and social supports. The challenge is intensified because criminalization also leads to stigma and discrimination against people who use drugs. The harms of criminal justice-based drug policies have disproportionately impacted Black and Indigenous people and other marginalized groups, worsening health and social inequities. How is this pilot project reflective of that statement? Just because you use drugs doesn't mean you deserve to die. My relatives deserve one more sunrise. Thank you.
Thank you. There were a number of concerns. Is there anyone here from public health that might? Thank you. And thank you for coming on. Maybe perhaps you can introduce yourself and maybe address some of Ms. Agnew's concerns in terms of this being a public health-led initiative and what services are going to be offered, and maybe a little bit about the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate it. My name's Sana Imran. I'm an associate director here with Public Health. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate the deputant sharing their concerns. Thank you so much for being here today and for giving us the opportunity as well to be present. I'd like to share a little bit about how we envision this pilot working well, and I'll also ask if there's anybody on your end, perhaps, who wants to add to what I have to say. But historically, Toronto Public Health has focused on more upstream interventions. However, we do provide downstream health and social services for many, many years. We have been engaged in this work, and we have noticed, particularly since the COVID-19 pandemic, a significant change in the landscape of what our community is facing. Being situated in the heart of downtown Toronto, right next to Yonge and Dundas Square, which is known as the busiest intersection in our country, we've been witnessing and continue to some of the biggest challenges our city has seen. There is an increasingly toxic drug supply, chronic underhousing and homelessness. There's been an affordability crisis, mental health crisis, and these are just a few that have impacted all members of the community. And we've heard repeatedly for the need of an integrated strategy that can integrate the strengths and services of all sectors to respond to this very complex environment. We've also had consultations with other community health and service partners, and we've heard that many partners do struggle with connecting individuals with the right supports. You know, there might be specific incidents that arise that can result in community safety challenges. We all know health issues, unfortunately, can manifest as safety concerns. And this is where we feel Toronto Police Services can be a vital partner on the ground. Our clients need protection too. Many of the people that are seen as perpetrating unsafe conditions may not be the ones doing it, but are seen as doing it, or are doing it and need healthcare. And so because of this manifestation of safety concerns, it is advantageous to coordinate our efforts and support these individuals who are struggling with such complex health issues and support our health professionals on the ground. We all have needs for health and social services and experiencing them safely. This, I want to emphasize, will be a health-focused approach, and TPS will be a partner on this with us. We also know TPS is called upon by many different service providers across the city when situations arise. Us being at Yonge and Dundas means our services are regularly interacting on a regular basis, sometimes apart, sometimes together, but we know these challenges are rooted in health, and through our partnership, we'll be doing our best to connect them with the care that they need, especially with the fact that we'll have a nurse practitioner on this team.
Thank you, Ms. Ingram. I really appreciate your comments, and I was going to ask Staff Superintendent. I've just had a brain, sorry.
Skinner.
Kelly Skinner, I know who you are. And I wonder if you could just add, and maybe address some of Ms. Agnew's comments.
Absolutely. And we understand that this is a public health-led approach. And to say that community safety and well-being challenges, it is really a partnership approach. It's no single service in any city or any agency can do this on their own. So what we really are, as the role of the police, is to support the public health and social service activities of the nursing team. We are already, as Associate Director Myron mentioned, we are already in Yonge and Dundas. We are there daily. We are working with members and staff of the works. We're being called to the area. Every time I drive by, our neighborhood officers are there on bikes, on foot. So we already are there. We already are working with agencies. So this is to leverage the partnerships that we already have made. So we're supporting them, supporting the public safety of everybody involved, and allowing them to do the public health and social service work that needs to be done in a safe way.
Thank you, Staff Superintendent. Any questions, Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, there's a concern out there that this somehow is meant to sort of upstage or supplant the Toronto Community Crisis Service. While they're not mentioned in the report, are they a partner? Are they one of the things we're going to leverage?
Absolutely, and they are mentioned, Councillor Carroll, through the chair. So they're mentioned in the release and in the board report, and they have been consulted. And we're going to have ongoing community consultations, which will include groups like the TCCS. And how we differ, maybe for the downtown core team to some of the other work that's being done is it's in outreach and it's in prevention. So we will not be responding to 911 calls. It'll be an outreach work and trying to connect with individuals who have these, really complex and unmet health and mental health needs, and TCCS response to calls for service. So we will not be responding. So this is upstream. This is in prevention. This is in giving access to vulnerable individuals who aren't looking for this health care, or who have barriers to this care. We're bringing the health care to them. So it's low barrier. We're bringing it to them. We have a nurse practitioner. So the plan is to have 90 days, if they consent. This is all consent-based. So 90 days case management. They can provide, if there's mental health challenges that need to be addressed. So we'll be triaging them at the time. So TCCS is in response, and we are in outreach and in prevention.
Right. That's the word. That's the perfect word. The triage of it all. So you don't respond to 911 calls. They do where they're dispatched, but you'll be aware of their presence in the area. Now that they're citywide, you'll know of their presence. So it's another one of those things. Having done triage, if this was something that was going to be, this person needs a lot of attention, this is going to take a while, we can do some, or maybe someone needs an intensity of case management, that there could still be a role for TCCS depending on the agency in the area. So you're actually all working in concert. It's not one versus the other at this point.
Yeah, I think that this is a gap where there are other agencies who aren't resourced to go out. This is very a place-based approach. So we're going to be specifically in Yonge and Dundas Square, not being spread out at this time. And I see us working with groups like TCCS as a referral pathway, either way, right?
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kostakis, you had a question.
So just as a clarification, would these be situations as well where people would be referred to the focus tables? Or is that through the partnerships that already exist that are part of those tables that you're working in conjunction with? And then maybe differentiate does the MCIT, is that separate, or is that part of this? Just for people to get a better picture of those partnerships.
So MCIT will respond to 911 calls, so it's not in proactive work. So they'll respond to 911 calls where there is an issue of safety, so that maybe a group like TCCS will not be responding to. So they respond to 911 calls where there is no public safety concern. And then MCIT will respond to 911 calls where there is a public safety concern. And then again, with our group, it'll be in prevention and in outreach. And we're building the plan for referral pathways with our stakeholders. SafeTO, TCCS, Focus will all be referral pathways to us.
Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to dig down a little bit about this patrol. Will it be sometimes that public health will be doing outreach without police presence, or what does that rhythm look like? And is the partnership only for situations when Toronto Public Health staff feel like they need police accompaniment in their outreach efforts? Because is it necessary that police are on all outreach efforts that are being made with Toronto Public Health?
And I can respond to that. So we won't be defining it as patrol. It will be outreach work. And the plan is to partner together. So obviously it's a public health approach and public health led. So the public health nurses will be leading, but our officers will be there in tandem with them.
I guess I have to ask, is that the best way? I mean, can Toronto Public Health staff do outreach without police accompaniment?
Sana, did you want to answer? Do you want me to? Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry.
Okay. Maybe while Sana is working on her audio, I can say that moving forward and into what policing is and what it should be, I envision that the officers will be similar to NCOs and that the people in the community will learn to build trust especially when we're accompanied by public health and having this public health approach to community safety and well-being for everybody in the area. I envision that the officers will be trusted the same way that the nurses are, and we will work towards building that sort of relationship where people will feel free that if the nurses aren't there, that they would approach the officers for the same type of help. That's a great vision. It will be starting with the public health nurses leading, though, at this stage.
And is there overlap with Streets to Homes, which is also actively doing outreach and trying to support the same group of vulnerable people towards resources and housing and supports?
So I know that they were consulted in the beginning, and they still will be consultation. They might be a referral pathway for us as well as we build that out. But no one really has the capacity to be there the way that we are going to be in the next year, specifically to Yonge and Dundas. So if you think of the TTC, you think of everywhere that they have to be. There are resource challenges in this field. I think we've talked about it through TCCS, that everyone is struggling to hire and hold on to people. So with us coming and attending from 7 a.m. till midnight, in this specific area, I think that we're going to have a different impact that other groups haven't been able to.
Can I just jump in, because we have a common theme emerging as I'm listening, and it's to reassure the board and indeed all Torontonians that we operate under the umbrella of SafeTO. So that is, the city's 10-year plan for a multi-sectoral response to some of the complexities we face. And whether it's TCCS, Streets to Homes, public health, we all have a role to play, but your police service actually operates under that umbrella, and we're integrated from the executive right down to some of the more operational tables. So, Focus, all these other entities all exist now and are being integrated under SafeTO as Toronto's strategic response, which we are obviously very much embedded in and operate in. So as opportunities present themselves to have the best public health outcomes using all the other entities that are at play, then of course, when they're available and they have capacity, we would of course want to see that happen, and we're integrated to make sure those opportunities can be realized.
If I can add to that, Councillor, and these are nurses. So nurses trained with crisis, we will be jointly trained in trauma-informed care, but we have access to nurses and a nurse practitioner. This is the first time that we've partnered like this. This is the first time that public health is going out to do this type of outreach work, and there is no other agency or crisis service that has nurses in their employ doing this type of work.
So is there a possibility of some kind of case management or data sharing with Streets to Homes? Because it seems to me that you'll be having duplicate touch points with the similar group of people, and so having the same conversation twice with different people when you're trying to build trust and move the dial could sometimes be overwhelming when now you're being approached by multiple entities. So I'm wondering, it sounds like there's been some consultation, but is there opportunity for even further collaboration with Streets to Homes, and especially in the area of, that case management and relationship building?
I can speak there. Sorry, I was unable to mute myself earlier. I do want to stress this is a pilot. We will be evaluating this. We will be having ongoing consultations with our partners to see how is this working, what's working well. Are we actually overstepping, or are we being able to coordinate care in the way that we are hoping? And the other piece earlier too, I believe somebody had asked, why do we have to do this, is in our consultations with other service providers, where also all of them have some sort of outreach component, as does Toronto Public Health already. There are some cases that are very hard to reach, and there are some cases where outreach workers themselves are not equipped to respond. It's not safe for them to be responding. And every organization does have those boundaries of saying, we cannot put our workers in these situations. And that is where we're feeling that the collaboration of TPS and TPH will be really valuable, because we will not be limited by those sorts of boundaries. Our police partner can support us in those situations on the ground.
Thank you, Ms. Imram. I thought that was very helpful.
I think,
I'm sorry. Just with respect to coordination and case management, some of you may know my previous life was a CIO in healthcare. The legislation and the data sharing between that it would certainly not be optimal to have police in the circle of care. And so the nurses who would be part of the circle of care are going to be on the public health side. And so it would be more on public health's mandate to coordinate information and care provisioning, either through the successor to the LINS. I'm forgetting my acronyms now, or I'm dating myself. It's still the LINS. So either through the LINS or through the base hospitals they're working out of. That's the way that would be coordinated, and the police would stand outside of that information.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Vice
It's
Chair.
more, I guess, of the discussion if we're done the questions. So I just think it's important in also being cautious that when we're discussing this initiative as well in this pilot, that the police are there as a support as opposed to an enforcer. And that in being in my social work life and being part of these tables and these collaborations with these entities, that I know that the city already has too, that they were newer positions in place that are coordinating these efforts with all of this partnership, including the police and including the different SafeTO and the other agencies as well, and with Toronto Public Health. But I think it was touched on that in the sector of the nonprofit sector and the social services that are out there, safety is a component. We cannot predict when we're assisting people. We also can't assume, and I know that Councillor Chang, you mentioned about the housing piece and Streets to Homes, but Streets to Homes, every initiative and every funder that's out there, those programs have specific criteria and also limitations as well, and what their mandates are. So in putting those, in working with those partners together, are more of a referral as opposed to part of this pilot project, the sort of official pilot project of the partnerships that are in place for this specific one, because then otherwise people are saying you're duplicating services and if this overlaps, but we're actually addressing volume demands and the complexity of what is happening with the people who are accessing these services or need these services accessed. And we also can't just assume that everyone is homeless that's in crises. It's an array of different issues that people have that are complex, that housing could be a component of it or not. So clumping them into maybe just working with so-and-so and so-and-so. And I think the case management piece comes after the fact of what this pilot project is specific for in addressing gaps in the service and meeting volume demand, where safety is an issue because we do not know, even someone who's in crisis, we do not know and predict what that safety component is for them, but also for the people around them as well, never mind the workers who are out to help. So I just thought that was important to mention.
Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to some of the concerns raised by the deputations. And I read the written one, and we heard deputy, and I totally understand it, intergenerational pain and real concern. But I think, if I can be so bold as to speak on behalf of public health and some of the other partners, I think it's really important to note that because we are also sensitive to that, I think everyone involved thus far in Yonge Dundas Square, and even the officers that are responding to it just as PRUs, we have tried to manage what's going on in and around the square and the works, etc., without taking our approach like this, with as few uniforms as possible, because of those sensitivities, for as long as we possibly could. This was not entered into immediately nor lightly. We're there now. There's no other approach to take but this one. And you may not be live to the situation, may not know that. We all come at it with different experiences in our lives and such. I happen to have healthcare sector family that are nearby dealing with some of the emergency ward stuff that comes out of this. And everyone has tried as long as possible to say we get the sensitivity to uniforms, they'll stay away. But we can't any longer. We really can't any longer. If you got a teenager who works at Eaton Center and is leaving there at 9:30 at night, you want this to happen. And that's a significant number of people. And if you are one of the people who's going to use these services, and because you're there because of what you need from public health and works and all the rest of them, but you're not safe from some of your very own peers, you need this to happen. And so we've reached a point, we're at a tipping point where we really need to try this approach. We have to try it. So I'm cognizant, and I think I'm convinced the service is cognizant of it as they enter into this. And so it'll be that way. And we could choose to look at this a different way. In partnering with public health and partnering with Streets to Homes workers and TCCS and all of the people who've been working on public health, it's just possible that the officers that live through this pilot come out of it different officers, better officers, knowing things they never knew before and using that everywhere else they go. And if that can happen, then I really want to do this. So I'm cognizant of the deputants, but I really want to do this pilot.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Can I have a motion to approve item number 9, please?
Sorry,
yes.
Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a quick comment if I can, and I'm happy also to move the motion.
Sorry, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Morley. Sorry, I didn't see your hand. Or
That's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to echo the comments from my colleagues here today, and again, thank staff, and particularly Kelly for her leadership on this from the TPS side. I do think that as we move forward, and we have deep commitments as a City of Toronto to move forward in a good way, and mindful that so many of us are settlers here on this land, but we are all in community here together. And despite we all come from and identify with different communities, we are all part of one village. And I'm really proud that our council and our city is doing a better job at turning our resources and our time and our intention to supporting those in our community who do need it the most, with the goal and with the intention of better outcomes for everybody, and understanding that it needs to be done really sensitively, really thoughtfully, in collaboration and together. And I think this is exactly what we're working to demonstrate with this important pilot. So I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to add my 2 cents there through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the indulgence, and happy to move receipt of this.
I appreciate that, Deputy Mayor Morley, and I also thank Sarah Amram for coming and also sharing some information so the public has a better idea of what this pilot project. I really appreciate all your comments and addressing some of Ms. Agnew's concerns. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. All in favor? The seconder was Lisa Kostakis. Seeing no opposition, item 9 is approved. Item 10 was hold down. That was item 10.1 to 10.4, which dealt with the annual reports as they relate to city traffic agents, UFT, TCHC, TTC. Councillor Chang, you had a question.
Just a couple of questions. The first one is regarding the traffic agent program, and I'm wondering who determines which intersections need this support and what metrics are used?
Come on, you knew that question was coming.
So we are in a support role with the city and with an extension to August, but the city is leading that work, and certainly they did provide a report. Is Matt still here? Matt, do you want to comment on that? The city did provide metrics.
Yeah, so good afternoon. It's
No, I know. I've got a star.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Matt Moyer from Traffic Services. So at the initial stages of the program, it was all designed, we work with Transportation Services, and they did a dig down on the analysis and the metrics as to where the greatest problems existed. And there was two solutions that came out of that. One was a traffic agent program that would be supported by the City of Toronto, and the second would be a traffic agent program that we created that would be subsidized by the City of Toronto, but it would be overseen by Traffic Services and parking as well. Which specifically? So the City of Toronto took the lead on determining which intersections that they picked where they felt the greatest concerns were, and they came to us, and that's the support that they got.
Just to clarify, there are 2 traffic agent programs, one residing within TPS and one within the city.
I guess it appears like that, but it's not. Really what it is, it's one traffic agent program that we supply district special constables and constables to. And in the same program, because the need is so great, whatever traffic agents that they've been able to keep employed, which is a completely different story, they'll backfill it. The challenge the city has had, and I will tell you, Councillor, is that they've, as quick as they get their members hired, they generally become district special constables and constables, and they jump ship.
It's a good recruiting channel for us as a service, but not so much for the agent. Thank you. That answers my questions. I have another couple of questions with regard to the TCHC Special Constable. Given their community work, which clearly they are participating in, for example, I see mentions of toy and turkey giveaways and their presence at events. It seems like they are also playing a community engagement role that is not unlike our neighborhood officer programs that we have. And I'm just looking at their training, and I don't see training around what we might train a neighborhood officer with regard to community engagement skills, as well as even their job description of what they do within the community and what they're, so I guess I have a twofold question. One is who is actually drafting this job description? Is it TCHC? Do we work with TCHC on the responsibilities? And do we have a neighborhood relationship building lens on this role? And if we do we see a space for the training piece to be built out a little further in the area of community engagement?
So there's a couple of questions in there, Councillor Chang. First of all, we do work and help advise with respect to the job description, and we do assist with the training, but it's largely stuff that's developed on their own and through an MOU that is supported by the board and then subsequently through the chief. We endorse and support that.
So is there a window for us to strengthen this program by strengthening both the job description and the training, because clearly they are playing a role? We would love to have community officers in all of the neighborhoods where we have these special constables, but we can't. So in the absence of our ability to do that, is there a window for us to work with TCHC to further scope this role to align with our goals in terms of neighborhood engagement?
So for sure, and I can tell you we are integrated with TCHC. They attend our our crime, traffic, and order management processes in each division. There are connections. As a matter of fact, I think 4 of the 5 staff sergeants they have are retired Toronto police officers that are helping run those programs, including their training section. There's 2, I've met them personally. So we are integrated with them. We try to work in partnership. We just have to remember the mandates and also the specific authorities that they may or may not have that would require a police officer. But we do work together, we train together, and we have a good relationship with them. And for sure there's an opportunity to expand on that.
Because it seems to me that the risks around community engagement are not, you don't need an officer necessarily to be present at the turkey giveaway and the toy giveaway, but that relationship building is so important for all the other responsibilities that we want these special constables to fulfill. So my hope is that, that we would strongly suggest and maybe bring some potential trainings to the table that can strengthen the role of these constables in these communities and equip them in ways that we might equip neighborhood officers.
Yeah, for sure we can explore that. But like as we mentioned earlier, we lost the ability to partner with our community response officers, our crew units with the special constables in the 4 of the 5 different organizations that have special constables. And, there was a good relationship there. There was a symbiotic connection, not only the community, but also the training and the stuff that they do. we still partner with them. They do attend some of our functions. We do work with them with respect to training and the fulfilling of their mandate, but they're also included in our processes as well.
So then the answer, if I would like to encourage some neighborhood officers type training for special constables, is I would have to reach out to TCHC to request or suggest that kind of change? Or do we have some window where we can
No, we
influence
meet
that?
with them regularly. It's something
Okay.
we can certainly explore. Our community partnership and engagement unit, who administers the neighborhood officer program, there are connections there, so we can certainly explore that. Specifically, what we're doing in that space, we can find out for you. But there is a connection. It's not a, it's not a huge ask.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask for a motion to approve, I just want to thank Nicole Corrado. She did make a written submission that was in your materials. Can I have a motion to receive item number 10, 1 through 4? Councillor Chang, seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. All in favor? Thank you. Seeing nobody opposed, moving to item number 12. This is a proposed revision to the board's procedural bylaws. I just want to acknowledge before we hear from Mr. Langenfeld that John Sewell from the Toronto Police Accountability Coalition provided a written submission, as did Derek Morin, and you have those in the materials. And then Mr. Langenfeld.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead,
okay,
please.
So on this item, and this was the one deferred from last month, it included here, it has in the report actually for what the proposal is, it mentions section 8.1 and 11.3. It doesn't mention the addition of section 8.4A, which isn't documented in the report, and which is a problem because it's a bad addition. It actually interferes with the members of the board's ability to fulfill their duties, and yet it isn't even included in the report. That happened in last month's report. That was the same thing, and I was going to bring that up. Also, the addition of section 17.3A, that interferes with the public's freedom of expression rights, and there's no justification for it. So 8.4A requires that members are not basically no longer have the right to unilaterally add items to the agenda. It's now up to the sole person of the chair of the police board to have unilateral control over what items are discussed. And you got to wonder why we're putting people on the board that are willing to vote to give one person complete control over the decisions of what is actually discussed at the police board meetings. And then item 17.3A is the prohibition against discussing items that are going to appear on the confidential agenda. And a good example of that would be part of the discussion we've already had today, where discussing the issue of multiple officers in a cruiser at night, and the fact that that is part of the negotiation of the contract and the bargaining unit agreement here. And so according to these rules, if 17.3A is enacted, people will be getting cut off and threatened again by the board for daring to mention items of concern that, as Councillor Carroll kind of nonchalantly notes, that it's been over a decade since she was on the board and this was being discussed, and still nothing's been done, and here we are just going on further, and oh, well, there was 2 years of COVID in there, so I guess the other 8 years that nothing happened. Here we still are with having done nothing on that issue, and there's all kinds of issues like that. The reality is that the just because the board is going to deal with something confidentially and maybe the report's not made public, that doesn't mean that the public is prevented and can be prevented with our charter rights from voicing their opinions on items that they know are coming up, such as collective agreement matters and the fact that having multiple officers in a car is an issue, as well as the large raises, as well as the legal indemnification costs and paying almost $40,000 to defend an officer or represent an officer that isn't really accused of anything. They're simply appearing at a coroner's inquest. So it is completely a violation of charter rights for 17.3, and I guess it'll come down to having a legal challenge of the board's actions on that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. And Dr. Kennegisser is going to give a little bit of an overview, but this actually, there are some changes that were at the behest of Councillor Carroll, and were discussion between legal and Dr. Kennegisser and myself. And Dr. Kennegisser is just going to give a very, very small bullet point itemization. You pointed out a couple of things, such as the inconsistency with 8.4a, but it's going to be, the motion actually indicates it's to strike it out. So I'll just turn over the floor to Dr. Kennegisser, give a brief just overview.
Thank you, Chair. I think my main comment, as you mentioned, there's going to be a motion shortly, just with regards to item 17.3, the issue around closed meetings. At a closed meeting, there are no members of the public. There is therefore no ability for the members of the public to make any deputations. That's just a clarification of existing practice. It's not a new matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, can I have a motion to amend the bylaw as set out? Oh, sorry. Put it up. I know we had it all in our materials. I apologize. It's not.
Yeah, sorry. I know it came in an email a while ago. People don't remember it. I don't even remember it myself, and it's my motion.
Yes.
It could be owing to the fact that I just drove back from Cincinnati last night in a van load of 13-year-old basketball players. That could be the reason. Be that as it may, we need to see it.
Thank you. It's there.
Before I can even speak to it.
That's why I asked Dr. Kennegisser just to give a brief highlight, because people may have received it, but it's some time ago and can't remember some of the discussions. So there it is, and as well with Dr. Kennegisser's comments.
Yeah, so if I can speak to it?
Please do, go ahead.
People are reading it now, so I guess we kind of missed it in the circulation. Anyway, when I went through the procedural bylaw, the only thing I was looking at is there are a number of places where we're talking about how the chair should determine, a speaker or something put on the agenda. The language that's missing there, that I understand shows up now in the Police Act in one place, and it's similar to how we do things at the city, which Police Acts say you're supposed to try and be a little more aligned with. Is yes, the chair should decide, but they should decide based on the will of the body, and I think that would give comfort to the community. Because what that says is it's not down to one person, but it is down to this board. So the chair, when she's faced with the dilemma of having someone's demanding to speak, and she's deciding whether or not they should, that consideration of the members of the board should come into it. And what that does is gives her backup. She's not being unilateral. She can canvass the board and decide whether or not they want to look at a piece of correspondence that's come in, and then she's covered by the board. That's just common Robert's rules. The will of the body is your fallback. And what that does is, similar to what I was talking about this morning, is it says then you've got a bylaw that can outlive you. I mean, we're all getting along here, but what if somewhere down the road we don't? The bylaw has got you covered, you know? Because then it's a combination of the chair and the will of the body. And then the chair is truly, it's clear what their role is. In the community, they don't become I'm okay with the police service, or I'm okay with the board, but I don't like that chair, or vice versa. This is the board making it clear to the chair what their wishes are, and then the chair facilitates those. So you're really facilitating the role of a police board in this function. Yeah. So those are my reasons for making those little changes in the language.
Thank you. And I just want to make it clear that the section whereby the entire board would make the decision is a situation, for example, if the chair out and out refuse. We've even struck out those particular sections. It's still, there are enumerated sections, so the public can't just speak to anything. It has to be, yes. So I just want to make that clarification. There are enumerated sections under the bylaws whereby it has to be on the agenda, and agenda number 2 is within the jurisdiction of the board. But what really was removed was that there was also a caveat, a section E, where the chair could absolutely refuse. So just for clarification, if an individual that is perhaps very controversial, and the chair said, I don't want you speaking on the agenda, you're not coming on, this would be something that I would not have. That ability to do it would be a decision. So I just want to put that clarification, that the board doesn't decide all items that go on the actual agenda. There are items clearly, as you pointed out, your good point, Councillor Cheryl. We've had times when people want to come out and speak about the war and but they aren't particularly germane on the agenda that day. So,
right, and the fallback that you have is we've agreed in becoming board members to follow the rules, and so we're supporting you in making sure the rules get followed by us, by the community, by all. But in effect, a chair is the board.
Thank you.
They simply facilitate the board, but because a board doesn't work unless you have a leader of it. So you have a leader of the board, but you are in essence the board, which means that we're all committed to following the rules. And we really can't function if we just make up the agenda as we go along. And we're sometimes placed in the position of having to make that clear to the community. And I think the wording changes that I'm asking for make it clear that we're all supporting you in following the rules. You're not out on the ledge by yourself doing that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
So can we have a motion? Seconder, I take it to your motion, Councillor, and seconder. Oh, sorry, Amber, your hand's small because you've got the motion up there. Thank you. So
no worries. Yeah, happy to second. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All in favor? Seeing no opposition, those amendments have been approved on item number 12. Item number 13 is the establishment of the 2025 Budget Committee, and we have a deputation, Mr. Lang. Sorry. All right, I've been told that it's approved item as amended.
Thank you, Chair. So this is item 13, you said? Sorry, I've got to get
the clock. Mr. Langenfeld, for 2 minutes, sorry. Apparently, I have not done properly. We heard from your deputation number 12. We voted on the motion, which was to amend the procedural bylaws, and
gotcha. I'll mute myself again here.
And approve those items as amended. So all in favor? And we got motions as well from Councillor Carroll and Nadine Spencer. So thank you. And moving on, sorry about that. Your clock's been reinstated, Mr. Langenfeld. Please go ahead on item number 13.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll share this. So on the Budget Committee, this goes back to the bylaw 162, and 162 makes reference to subsection 42 of the new Community Safety and Policing Act. And under 42 sub 1, it has that a board may create, may by bylaw, establish a committee and delegate any of the board's powers. And that's the issue here, is the fact of looking at this recommendation here for the Budget Committee. What does this recommendation here say? Which board powers are board members planning on delegating to this committee? Because that's what CSPA says under Section 42. That's where it requires that a bylaw be created when the board is going to delegate some of its authority. And in fact, in this case, there is no delegation of authority, and it's very specific, the bylaw, that it may establish a committee and delegate any of the board's powers. It doesn't say may establish a committee, and if it chooses to, may also delegate some or all of the board's powers or none of the board's powers. It says it must do both under Section A. It must both establish a committee and delegate any powers, at least one power, at least some kind of power to that board. And in this case, I would suggest that the Budget Committee isn't getting delegated any powers in this case. It's simply going to facilitate the coordination of communication between the public and the board in order to get the amount of all the proper information and budget formats and additional background data that then gets presented to the board as a full board. And at that point, it will be the masses of the public that will be coming to the board and discussing and trying to get members of the board to either support, or in most cases, it's usually to reject the large funding increases that we get each year. And so in this case, there should not be a bylaw for this. It should simply be a motion to create a committee, as has always been done, and that committee will coordinate the communication between members of the public and the board and the service in order to prepare things. As well, then there's item 2 on this, which suggests that it be Chair Morgan and 2 members of the board. And realistically, if this committee is doing anything more than simply facilitating the preparation of information in order for it to all come before the board, then there's no way that it should only be 2 out of 3 city councilors that are on this board. All 3 city councilors have an obligation to be there, because that's their duty to, this is the largest budget item in the City of Toronto's budget. So the idea that 1/3 of the city councilors that were elected to deal with the taxpayers' money are going to say, no, that's okay, I'm not going to be involved in the largest item on the budget, would be quite simply offensive, and that person should be voted out of office. So it would be inappropriate for only 2 of 3 members of city council that are also on the board to not be part of the Budget Committee, unless the Budget Committee is, as I said, only facilitating the information being transferred and compiled for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. At this time, I will make a motion to establish, well, it didn't appear to be any. I looked and I think I read the room. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Dr. Cannon-Gisser. I'm making a motion to establish the 2025 Budget Committee, nominating myself, Nick Migliori, and Shelley Carroll. And of course, we will attend all the Budget Committee meetings, and we will report back, and it will be the full board who will, we are not assuming any powers, the full board will vote on. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you. Moving Moving on to number 14, it's the budget variance reports. Mr. Langenfeld, I believe you had a deputation.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I got to get the slideshow up here. And thank you for making that change and just making it a motion to create a committee. Going back to on the previous item here where Councillor Carroll mentioned on the legal indemnification. Councillor Carroll, this is part of the problem when the board members speak about what the public has brought up. They don't necessarily properly bring forward the matters. So you mentioned that the Act has requirements regarding indemnification, and indeed it does. But that indemnification is all about that the board should create a policy about it, and that it doesn't have to create a policy if it's part of the collective agreement negotiated under Part 10, but it also specifically says that the indemnification should be for reasonable legal costs incurred. And that was the entire point of my deputation, was the fact that the amount here we're talking about is completely unreasonable, and everything in the legislation is simply that the board may provide for indemnification. It is not obligated to, and it is simply required to create a policy regarding it, but the policy could be to not indemnify them for any portion of it, but I'm not suggesting that would be appropriate. I'm simply suggesting that spending $38,000 per officer, $102,000 per file being discussed at a coroner's inquest is ridiculous, and that is something that during you and the chair as part of the bargaining committee, when you're negotiating this, you should be setting a reasonable limit on this, what is a reasonable amount, and whether that's $10,000 or $15,000 per case or something like that. And anything over that maybe is okay if the board, reviews it and agrees that it's a major issue that needs more representation. But to say that the average is $38,000 per officer represented is simply ridiculous, and it's a waste of taxpayers' money, and it's unreasonable. As for the budget variance, I just had the 2 points here on the revenue side here. The first is this question of it mentions a $3.4 million shortfall, projected shortfall in recoveries for provincial uploading of courts. And I'm wondering, what is that, and why is it that it makes it sound to me like the City of Toronto taxpayers are paying the province's portion of providing court services. And of course, that's not the people of the property taxpayers of Toronto's responsibility. So if there's $3.4 million that the province is supposed to be paying, we need to know about that. And then the other side here is the vulnerable sector checks and the fact that there's a $1.6 million profit being made from vulnerable sector screening. And as I know that the rates for that just increased, and considering that in a lot of cases that is people that are doing volunteer work that are applying for those kind of screenings. And so the idea that the Toronto Police Service is earning a $1.6 million profit on fees charged on doing background checks for people so that they can volunteer in our city is quite simply offensive. So I think you need to look into whether you need to reduce those costs that you recently approved an increase in order to refund that $1.6 million. That concludes my comments on this item.
Thank you. Deputy Dollywell, did you want to make any comments as it related either vulnerable sector checks or any on the budget variance reports? Thank you.
Sure, thank you through you, Chair. I think the comment on the revenue, so the provincial uploading piece, this is something we have flagged a number of times in our budget. There is a pot at the province that hasn't changed really in quite some time, and in that time, Other services have been added to share in the same sort of pot. So our slice gets smaller over time. We probably cover about 65-70% of that through provincial funding, and then the balance is kind of on the city's tax base. This is an issue that we have raised with the province a number of times to take another look at their formula. It's not unique to Toronto. Every service across the province has some degree of shortfall in that area. And then in terms of the revenue associated with administrative fees, that's not specific just to vulnerable sector screening. That also covers paid duty administration. It's revenue, it is not profit. This funds the actual teams and units partially that have to do the screening. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, I think you had a question.
Just a couple of quick questions. I think this is just a formatting thing, because this is just the first quarter variance. In capital, there's a column marked spending rate that says 100% in all of them. I'm assuming that's projected spending rate?
It is. It's reflective
Okay.
of a re-baselined budget, so this is really just the first quarter.
Okay, yeah. And then if you could just walk us through the shortfall, and I kind of know this bad news, but I just want us all to know it. My soapbox is, before you ask for another thing, know what's going on. The variance that we're seeing here, it does not include the fact that the $12.6 million is not a renewable amount coming next year. So we have the variance already as the first quarter, because we still have the premium pay issue. That's the chief reason. But we also still have about half of that 12.6 has been found. The other half hasn't. So there's a bit of accumulation from last year. And we still have those ongoing premium pay issues, because, you know, the officers that we're hiring, we're not going to hire them all in the first quarter. So we're going to continue to be pressured. So, am I right? So this is a variance, but we may continue to see some pressure based on some of the things that were causing premium pay pressure are still going on.
Yeah, this is, number one, this is the first quarter. It is very normal in the first quarter for us to still have a budget that's tremendously under pressure, because we start the year off with an underfunded premium pay account. Every year this happens, and we find our way through. We are calling out simply where we're at the end of the first quarter. We still hope to find our way through to minimize any shortfall, but this does reflect where we think we might be at year end, barring any unplanned pieces we're not aware of. We could also in year receive savings because maybe there's a higher degree of internal movements instead of external hires, things like that. So as we go, we will find, hopefully, more savings, and we are reviewing our spend plans. We've asked all of the unit commanders to pour through premium pay, look at court time, to start to kind of chip away at this. This is just where we're at right now.
Yeah, yeah. And you have the unique position of Project Resolute over this that's causing a big premium pay pressure. But I'm wondering if it's possible for you to track, I'm asking because we're still only looking at the first quarter, so that we can sort of track performance as we get to the deeper dive into the budget later in the year. Is it possible to show us, if we didn't have that Project Resolute pressure, here's where we'd be at performance-wise, so that some of the systemic improvements that you have been made, we'll still be able to see them, even though we have this pressure happening.
Yeah, and so certainly we do track the Project Resolute costs. We have a letter into the province for reimbursement of those costs. We will see where that goes. And so this variance doesn't assume that that's coming in, but it will certainly help the situation if it does. But in terms of seeing some of the efficiencies and the improvement, what you can see even is the increase in calls for service, but we are dispatching more cars. We have reduced our response time. So there's a number of operational metrics that actually do show that through the hiring, through a number of other management levers, we are actually managing kind of the calls and seeing improvements. We can kind of try and isolate the impact of Resolute. I don't know how how significant it will be and how exact of a science, but certainly we are tracking it separately.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be exact. What I'm worried about, Madam Chair, is we get to a point where, because that is such it's a situation that's been so ongoing, you could elsewhere in the operation, premium pay has always been an issue, so you could be doing attendance management, or you could be, instructing all sorts of things divisionally, but it just wouldn't show because we still have this pressure hanging out over here. So if we can sort of isolate it out a bit so that we can track efforts being made separate from it. I think it would, just in a general sense, that would help. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, and I think that's a good point. And I think when we get to the budget committee, we're going to see those kind of priorities and what percentage, as you said, that is actually, sucking at the force where other things are suffering because of performance. So thank you for the question.
I just add to that, because I think there's an opportunity, even if it's not perfectly crystal clear, the data points to tease it out. We can look over trend lines over a number of years to see the seasonal draw on resources as it relates to special events. We know that the summers are different than the winters. We also know that, we can look back and see other areas, other times where we've had to draw on people because of some issues around demonstrations and the like, and see if we can have a better understanding of what today's impact is, which is, we know, significant.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve item number 14? Thank you, Councillor Carroll, seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. Moving on to item number 15, which are the Chief's administrative investigative reports. I just want to point out before we hear from our deputations, Nicole Corrado also supplied a written deputation. It's in your materials. And we do have our first deputant, and that is David Shelnut. Mr. Shelnut? Apparently, Mr. Shelnut is not on. So, Mr. Langenfeld, please go ahead as it relates to item number 15.
Thank you, Chair. And you'll all be happy to hear it. I should be real quick on this one.
Thank you.
I'm only speaking on the one item here, 15.2, which was the motorcycle officer that chased the e-bike. I don't dispute that it's not worthy of criminal charges, if only because of the fact that, unlike the officers in Durham that chased the wrong way on the 401, in this case, no innocent person was injured or killed. So I don't think criminal charges would be warranted. However, as the SIU's director's report points out, the officer on city streets here in downtown Toronto reached 137 kilometers an hour on a motorcycle. That TPS policy that was that the officer should not pursue the e-bike. Also he was driving at dangerous speeds. The fact that the officer was on a motorcycle and the fact that the other person was on a bicycle both disqualified a pursuit. And that continuing the pursuit was not in the interest of the public. So I note the report here says that this is going to the TPS tribunal for adjudication. My question to the service is simply, at that adjudication, at the TPS disciplinary side, does the officer also face Highway Traffic Act violations for doing 137 kilometers an hour in a either 40 or 60 zone, whatever it was, considering that the findings of the SIU are that he wasn't justified, it was contrary to police policy, and it was dangerous. And so does the Highway Traffic Act get enforced against police officers if they were in the wrong?
Thank you. I'm just waiting, Mr. Langenfeld, who's going to respond
Staff
to you.
Superintendent Dawson is going to answer this, and I'll add some commentary as well.
So as you mentioned, the member is before the tribunal, and one of those charges is in relation to the driving and the speeds, but there's no Highway Traffic Act charges.
So if I can just add, Mr. Langenfeld, when an officer is involved in a collision, either on or off duty at the time it's investigated by by a police officer, they can and have been charged with Highway Traffic Act offenses. In this case, it hasn't because it was an SIU matter. Our process is held in abeyance until that's finished. There's a timeline that's involved. And then the Section 11 of the Chief's investigation is done. If there's a finding of misconduct, which there was in this case, it then is dealt with at the tribunal, and there's a range of penalties that happen there.
Thank you, Deputy Johnson, and also Superintendent Dawson. Any questions? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive item number 15, please? Yes. Thank you. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley, and it was the motion. First motion was by Vice Chair Kostakis. At this time, I would like to conclude the public portion of this meeting and move the following motion: that the Toronto Police Service Board adjourn the public portion of its meeting to move in camera to discuss the following subject matters in accordance with Section 44(2) of the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019. The topics that will be discussed are the Chief's verbal updates, which are confidential operational updates. Item number 2, investigative matters. Item number 3, operational needs. And item number 4, board updates on matters under litigation. May I have a mover to adjourn this meeting, which will be on Monday, July 31st at Police Headquarters? Lisa, and seconded by Nadine. Thank you. This meeting's adjourned to July 31st.